This is Basti Madras Chawl in Mumbai's Kandivali area. 3 months ago, open drains and garbage dotted its landscape. Today, with the help of civic bodies and local NGOs, its residents have not only been segregating waste since November, but now are also aiming to achieve zero waste through composting.
ये स्लम एक यूनिक स्लम इसके लिए हम लोग कहते हैं कि इसमें घर घर से एट सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन होता है। सूखा और गीला अलग अलग होता है। आप किससे बच्चों को भी पूछेंगे तो गीला कचरा क्या बताएंगे, आप सीनियर सिटीजन को पूछेंगे आप बताएंगे। यहाँ का लैंग्वेज प्रॉब्लम है, आप इनका तमिल या ऐसा लैंग्वेज उन लोगों का है, तो इनके साथ में बात करना है, इनको उनको लैंग्वेज में जाके समझाना है, ये करना है। तो उनका जो द्विभाषी बोलता है उसको ढूंढना है, उनसे बात करना है। ये चैलेंज था हमारे लिए, तो लेकिन अभी लोग अच्छे इसमें ये आ रहे हैं।
The area generates about 100 kgs of wet waste every single day. The BMC has provided 2 separate boxes for segregating waste, white for dry waste and green for wet waste. Every house diligently separates the waste at source. The wet waste is then picked up and put into a nearby biocompost bin. A practice that is followed by all, including young children.
इतना गंदगी थे एरिया में, अभी इतना साफ किया गया है तो सर ने इतना सारा हम लोग को सपोर्ट किया और मैडम ने आके हम लोग को इतना सारा सपोर्ट किया है कि हम लोग भी उनको कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ मिलके आज इतना साफ सुथरा है।
इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए ना दलवी साहब ने कि हमको कि इस तरीके से कंपोस्ट होता है, ये सब ऐसा अलग अलग करना चाहिए। इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए थे और उसके बाद में हम लोग बताया ऐसा हम लोग करने लगे।
तो हमें तो पहले बहुत प्रॉब्लम, उनसे झगड़ा भी हो गया, लेकिन अभी हमें पता चला कि ये सही बात है और वही बराबर है और हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा। हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ सुविधा की।
बहुत बदला है, बहुत साफ हुआ है, गीला कचरा और सूखा कचरा से अपना एरिया पूरा गंदे था वो सब उन लोग ने साफ करके रखा है।
An uphill task at first to get everyone on board, but within only 3 months of training, the area has been transformed. A fact that didn't miss the attention of the Chief Minister himself.
अभी लोगों में पूरा अवेयरनेस हो गया कि गीला कचरा सूखा कचरा क्यों अलग करना है। वो यहाँ पे देखते हैं खुद, यहाँ पे लोग वॉलेंटरी सब काम करते हैं। फिर गीला कचरा जो है कभी कोई नहीं रहता है तो कभी एक्स्ट्रा जो उनका कचरा होता है वो खुद आके यहाँ पे डालते हैं। उनको बहुत सारी प्रोसेस अभी मालूम हो गई कि कचरे का खाद कैसे बनाना है। बच्चे हैं, बच्चे बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं। हर बच्चा यहाँ पे समझता है कि गीला कचरा क्या है, सूखा कचरा क्या है। वो अपने घर में अलग अलग रखने में उनके मम्मी को हेल्प करते हैं यहाँ पे।
The BMC has been facing a major problem of disposing the garbage generated in the city. Currently, its 3 garbage dumps handle at least 7,000 metric tons of waste. The civic body believes that waste segregation at source and composting will bring down the waste at the dumping ground by at least 5,000 metric tons. It also hopes that such stories inspire others to follow their example.
People are feeling that this area is their own area, and once that feeling is created among them, then that magic happen.
Currently standing in the Bhadran Nagar area of Kandivali here in Mumbai, and these are the 2 boxes that have been given and kept in front of every house in this basti, which is known as the Madras Basti or Madras Chawl. And this is a very old chawl, about 70 to 80 years old. And very recently, in just 3 months of time, the residents of this area have managed to do something that for years it was not being done, and that is how to segregate waste and also how to compost the wet waste in a pit that they have made in a nearby area. And just 3 to 4 months back, the condition of this area was extremely pathetic, but with a little effort both by the local residents here as well as the NGO who's working with it, it has been successful to make this area not just clean but also to make every person in this area aware about the importance as well as the need to segregate waste here in Mumbai. This is Richa Sharma for Mirror Now here in Mumbai.
cosmic energy drives my heart. All living forms are self-generating expressions of this energy. Empowered by this force, they are self-propagating systems. They are evolving systems in their own right. Man, the most evolved manifestation of this energy on earth, touches all other life forms. From monocellular fungi, through plant life, microbes, insects, birds, fishes, reptiles, and animal life. All life indeed is interdependent. Creation is the glorious expression of the Almighty Source. High Media touches creation in all these forms. With tender care, we assist regeneration. We assist identification. We assist sustenance of life through our biosciences research. For life is sacred. Life is to be revered. For life is precious. High Media scientists have evolved systems and products that answer the needs of global fellow researchers, their needs for their research into life sciences, our cell culture labs. Our molecular biology labs. Microbiology labs. Our dedicated production facilities enable world-class, leading-edge products with highest quality parameters. Our global technical support ensures that our customers get ample satisfaction in using the fruits of our cutting-edge research. Production facilities located in the pristine purity of Nashik Hills. Operate under strict ISO and WHO GMP protocols. These ultra-modern facilities are a feather in the cap of High Media. They are intimately geared to the user's needs. raw materials plant. Social awareness. Donating the high-tech, fully functioning skin regeneration laboratory to the National Burn Center, along with training modules, and helping rural children's education at Isha Vidya are spiritually elevating pursuits. The caring and sharing culture they establish among the staff is the rewarding experience indeed. Information technology. The information technology team at High Media enables information flow. Marketing. Marketing and distribution covers about 150 countries globally. Global marketing and on-time delivery of state-of-the-art products at the user's doorstep are handled by a team of well-trained professionals. High Media LLC in the USA stock products for quick deliveries in that region. Visiting technical directors interact with High Media's field force in the US and in Europe on a continuous basis. Awards. Seamless quality awareness at every step has won admirers everywhere. Receiving India's highest quality award twice is a rare feat by any standard. The global scientific community and overseas partners have entrusted a leadership role in High Media. Our dedicated researchers are fully geared up to answer this call. Our vision for the future of a healthy humankind rests on our philosophy of a sound relationship between all life forms. Mother Earth, who has sheltered all life under her benign wings, must be protected. We at High Media respect life. Life is to be honored. Life is to be celebrated. Life is to be adored. For life is precious.
One Mumbaiker has successfully convinced a suburban locality in Mumbai to completely ban plastic, setting an example for the rest of the city to follow. Shonil Damarwala reports.
43-year-old BMC engineer Subhash Dalvi can't forget. 26 July 2005, stuck in torrid rains for over 10 hours. Dalvi came to the conclusion that plastic was the reason the city almost drowned. And although Mumbai may not entirely be plastic-free, today Dalvi has ensured that his area of Vileparle East leads the way for the rest of the city to follow.
ये लाइव एग्जांपल पार्ला में जहां 50 माइक्रोन 100 माइक्रोन कुछ नहीं, कोई भी माइक्रोन की प्लास्टिक बैग जो है, कैरी बैग जो है, हमारा भाजी वाला कोई नहीं देता है.
A one-man green army, Dalvi has successfully managed to convert vendors and residents of this area. The transformation was sealed after Dalvi revealed the results of his shocking survey that over 1,000 plastic bags are used per family in 1 year. That means Mumbai's population in total generates a whopping 300 crore tons of non-degradable plastic waste. Dalvi also points out that while a plastic bag costs 1.5 rupees, its eco-friendly substitute paper costs a mere 30 paise, making it more cost-effective for vendors.
Paper, it takes 2 weeks. And plastic takes 350 years. So that will lie down anywhere, everywhere.
In case you forget to get your own carry bag, there's no need to worry. Just stop at one of these deposit centers and you can get your own bag for a mere 10 rupees.
This market makes going green look easy. In Mumbai, Shonil Damarwala.
This is Basti Madras Chawl in Mumbai's Kandivali area. 3 months ago, open drains and garbage dotted its landscape. Today, with the help of civic bodies and local NGOs, its residents have not only been segregating waste since November, but now are also aiming to achieve zero waste through composting.
ये स्लम एक यूनिक स्लम इसके लिए हम लोग कहते हैं कि इसमें घर घर से एट सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन होता है। सूखा और गीला अलग अलग होता है। आप किससे बच्चों को भी पूछेंगे तो गीला कचरा क्या बताएंगे, आप सीनियर सिटीजन को पूछेंगे आप बताएंगे। यहाँ का लैंग्वेज प्रॉब्लम है, आप इनका तमिल या ऐसा लैंग्वेज इन लोगों का है, तो इनके साथ में बात करना है, इनको उनको लैंग्वेज में जाके समझाना है, ये करना है। तो उनका जो द्विभाषी बोलता है उसको ढूंढना है, उनसे बात करना है। ये चैलेंज था हमारे लिए, तो लेकिन अभी लोग अच्छे इसमें ये आ रहे हैं।
The area generates about 100 kgs of wet waste every single day. The BMC has provided 2 separate boxes for segregating waste, white for dry waste and green for wet waste. Every house diligently separates the waste at source. The wet waste is then picked up and put into a nearby biocompost bin. A practice that is followed by all, including young children.
इतना गंदगी थे एरिया में, अभी इतना साफ किया गया है कि सर ने इतना सारा हम लोग को सपोर्ट किया और मैडम ने आके हम लोग को इतना सारा सपोर्ट किया है कि हम लोग भी उनको कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ मिलके आज इतना साफ सुथरा है।
इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए ना दलवी साहब ने कि हमको कि इस तरीके से कंपोस्ट होता है, ये सब ऐसा अलग अलग करना चाहिए। इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए हैं और उसके बाद में हम लोग बताया, ऐसा हम लोग करने लगे।
तो हमें तो पहले बहुत प्रॉब्लम, उनसे झगड़ा भी हो गया, लेकिन अभी हमें पता चला कि ये सही बात है और वही बराबर है और हमें बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ सुविधा की,
बहुत बदला है, बहुत साफ हुआ है। गीला कचरा और सूखा कचरा से अपना एरिया पूरा गंदगी था, वो सब उन लोग ने साफ करके रखा है।
An uphill task at first to get everyone on board, but within only 3 months of training, the area has been transformed. A fact that didn't miss the attention of the Chief Minister himself.
अभी लोगों में पूरा अवेयरनेस हो गया कि गीला कचरा सूखा कचरा क्यों अलग करना है। वो यहाँ पे देखते हैं खुद, यहाँ पे लोग वॉलेंटरी सब काम करते हैं। फिर गीला कचरा जो है कभी कोई नहीं रहता है तो कभी एक्स्ट्रा जो उनका कचरा होता है वो खुद आके यहाँ पे डालते हैं। उनको बहुत सारी प्रोसेस अभी मालूम हो गई कि कचरे का खाद कैसे बनाना है। बच्चे हैं, बच्चे बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं। हर बच्चा यहाँ पे समझता है कि गीला कचरा क्या है, सूखा कचरा क्या है। वो अपने घर में अलग अलग रखने में उनके मम्मी को हेल्प करते हैं यहाँ पे।
The BMC has been facing a major problem of disposing the garbage generated in the city. Currently, its 3 garbage dumps handle at least 7,000 metric tons of waste. The civic body believes that waste segregation at source and composting will bring down the waste at the dumping ground by at least 5,000 metric tons. It also hopes that such stories inspire others to follow their example.
People are feeling that this area is their own area, and once that feeling is created among them, then that magic happens.
Standing in the Bhadran Nagar area of Kandivali here in Mumbai, and these are the 2 boxes that have been given and kept in front of every house in this basti, which is known as the Madras Basti or Madras Chawl. And this is a very old chawl, about 70 to 80 years old. And very recently, in just 3 months of time, the residents of this area have managed to do something that for years it was not being done, and that is how to segregate waste and also how to compost the wet waste in a pit that they have made in a nearby area. And just 3 to 4 months back, the condition of this area was extremely pathetic, but with a little effort both by the local residents here as well as the NGO who's working with it, it has been successful to make this area not just clean but also to make every person in this area aware about the importance as well as the need to segregate waste here in Mumbai. This is Richa Sharma for Mirror Now here in Mumbai.
तब तक फिल्म डाला गया उसमें क्या क्या फिल्म डाला तब तक
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to session 3, hall 2. The theme of the today's theme is Earth Resources and Climate Change Management. So for this session, I would like to invite our chairperson. She is Dr. Anuradha Garge, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, University of Mumbai. She is a recognized PhD guide and she has several publications in her research area, and that is algebraic K-theory, commutative algebra, and algebraic number theory. So I welcome Dr. Anuradha Garge to chair the session. Welcome, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to everyone. A very good afternoon to everyone. I hope so. We will just begin in a few minutes.
Cosmic energy drives my heart. All living forms are self-generating expressions of this energy. Empowered by this force, they are self-propagating systems. They are evolving systems in their own right. Man, the most evolved manifestation of this energy on Earth, touches all other life forms. From monocellular fungi, through plant life, microbes, insects, birds, fishes, reptiles, and animal life. All life indeed is interdependent. Creation is the glorious expression of the Almighty Source. High Media touches creation in all these forms. With tender care, we assist regeneration. We assist identification. We assist sustenance of life through our biosciences research. For life is sacred. Life is to be revered. For life is precious. High media scientists have evolved systems and products that answer the needs of global fellow researchers, their needs for their research into life sciences, our cell culture labs. Our molecular biology labs, microbiology labs, Our dedicated production facilities enable world-class, leading-edge products with highest quality parameters. Our global technical support ensures that our customers get ample satisfaction in using the fruits of our cutting-edge research. Production facilities located in the pristine purity of Nashik Hills. Operate under strict ISO and WHO GMP protocols. These ultra-modern facilities are a feather in the cap of high media. They are intimately geared to the user's needs.
So, a very good afternoon. We were waiting for sir for due to some technical issues. I hope they are not now sorted out. So, welcome to this afternoon session in hall number 2 in the conference on sustainability conducted by University of Mumbai. It is a pleasure to welcome today's speaker, Professor C.A. Pradeep Dattatray Kamthekar, Finance and Accounts Officer, University of Mumbai. अर्थानाम अर्जने दुःखम अर्जितानाम च रक्षणे आये दुःखम व्यये दुःखम दिगर्था कष्ट संश्रयः. This is a Sanskrit subhashit which says that getting earning money leads to effort. Keeping the money that you have earned safely also leads to a lot of effort. Whether money comes or goes, anything related to money is certainly painful, isn't it? That is, it's not so easy. We all recognize the role of finance and accounts in sustainable development today, and we are very fortunate to have the head of accountancy department, who was initially associate professor in Poddar College, Professor Kamtekar sir, today as our speaker. He has been the chairman board of studies in accountancy Poddar College and also a member board of studies. He is a practicing chartered accountant since August 1995. Sir is a researcher at heart, being the first PhD in the subject of accountancy, commerce, University of Mumbai in 2012. He has been an innovative student earlier, having won the first position in Avishkar competition in commerce. He has toiled day and night and has had a brilliant career as a student, which is displayed in terms of the prizes that he has won in his student life. He has also authored various books on topics of finance and accounting. We are extremely fortunate that Sir has spared his precious time to speak on role of finance and accounts in sustainable development. Sir, we do hope to enjoy your talk and also have your sustained guidance even post the conference. Welcome, sir. I request you to begin your lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you to one and all present here. Can I share my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Okay. So again, a very warm welcome to all of you post lunch, because this is the one of the difficult session in any conference and seminar for that purpose. Now, before we go into this actual role of finance in the sustainable development, and we think at national level, international level, economy level, I always believe that small things which always gives a big and lasting impact on each and everything in every facet of branch and field of study, and that too in the economy. And just to give you basics of that, let me give you a very small example. From that you will understand what we are up to today. There was a conversation between a Pakistani guy and a Hindustani guy, and that Pakistani guy, fellow was claiming very high about the achievements and developments of Pakistan, and our Indian fellow was very down to earth. So in that conversation, that Pakistani fellow said कि हमारे पाकिस्तान में बड़े बड़े लोग पैदा हुए हैं. In answer to that, the Indian fellow, he politely said, हमारे हिंदुस्तान में ऐसे नहीं होता है. हमारे हिंदुस्तान में बच्चे तो छोटे ही जन्म लेते हैं, बाद में अपने कर्मों से बड़े होते हैं. So the point that I want to underline here is always small things actually make and give big impacts, and big things are made in the world of small things only. That is point number one. So by keeping that in mind, let us start something which is really in basic, that to understand the finance and accounts and its role in sustainable development, I always believe that we have to start from ourselves. And to elaborate that, let me give you a very good example of great Marathi writer Pula Deshpande. We had one chapter of great Pula Deshpande sir when we were in school days, and the chapter name was He Jag Mi Sundar Karun Jain. Anybody might get irritated by actually reading that chapter title, because how it is possible. But then what great Pula Deshpande sir had said in that chapter was meaningful. And he had said कि अगर हर कोई अपना घर और अपने घर के आजू बाजू का आंगन स्वच्छ और सुंदर रखे, तो इस दुनिया को स्वच्छ सुंदर होने में टाइम नहीं लगेगा. So on that note, let me start this today's presentation, that when we talk about role of finance and accounts and sustainable development, let us start where are we in that picture, number one. And as you must have heard people saying that when people expect that what country is doing for them, they should also ask themselves what they are doing for the country and economy. So similarly, when we talk about finance and role of accounts and finance in sustainable development, let us see what we are up to, what we should do, are we doing that? And then as a matter of impact of that, definitely it will lead to financial stability, economic stability, and then sustainable development always takes place because of that. So give a simple example. If you see, whenever we write any address, so we always write our flat number first, and then floor, and then building name, and then road name, then area, then city and state and country. Isn't it? This is the way we write our address. This means what? We start with our home first, then we come out of the home, then we go to the floor, then we come down to the building, then we go on the road, then we are in that area, that area belongs to a particular city, the city belongs to a particular state, and the state belongs to a particular country. Similarly, when we talk about finance and role of accounts and finance in sustainable development, let us start from what we are, what we are doing, what we should do in that. And I think within the given time, even if we understand this, that will be a great help to the economy and sustainable development. So, to make you understand that, let me give you the basic of any business. There are main four factors which are always there in any business, and they are land, for which rent is always paid if you don't own it, and if it is somebody else's land that you are actually using for your business, you pay rent for that. When we use labor, we employ people for our organization, we have to pay them wages and salaries towards the reward for their actually efforts that they are putting in. Similarly, there is entrepreneur who actually brings land, labor, capital together, and he runs that business. So as a reward to that, that entrepreneur always gets profit and in some cases loss also. But in these four, the major factor is capital, finance, and we call it as a spine of any business. And when it comes to that, and when I do introspection, what makes me more worried is that majority of the people from the economy and country and at international level, I'm sorry to say, they do not understand this factor in the real sense, and that leads to actually some problems for economy and sustainable development. Actually, whenever we need any money for whatever reason, we go to banks and financial institutions, and then we are ready to pay interest on that. At times, our employer also helps us in that by giving loans and all that. There also some employers take interest, and then we don't mind paying interest there. But we fail to understand, actually I fail to understand, that when we expect this finance or money from our relatives and friends, then why are we not paying interest on that? And according to me, the problem lies there. Because we have seen people कि दोस्ती में क्या इंटरेस्ट देने का, और सामने वाला भी बेचारा इतना अच्छा है कि वो कहता है दोस्ती में मैं तेरे से कैसे इंटरेस्ट लूं. फैमिली मेंबर होगा तो हम कहते हैं फैमिली मेंबर को क्या इंटरेस्ट देने का, तो फैमिली मेंबर भी बोलता है कि अरे तेरे से क्या इंटरेस्ट लेने का. Actually, the problem lies there. Believe me, you might not believe me what I'm saying. Whenever I borrow or anybody in my circle borrows, I see to it that interest must be paid to that other person who might be a family member or who might be your friend. Friends, see, always we see people around us, including ourselves, that we actually blame central government, we blame finance minister, we blame chief minister, we blame corporator, MLA and whatnot. But why we should not blame ourselves? Because what role we have to play if we are not doing that? How come every time the government will come for your help? If you can help yourself by doing small things, then I don't see there is a need for certain things from bank or from financial institutions or state government, central government. And in that direction, I think we can start doing this. At least we can take oath today that hereafter, whenever I borrow for whatever reasons, because there are some compelling reasons, there might be medical emergency, there might be some marriage function, some ceremony, somebody has to pay for the tuition fees of his or her child in India, going abroad, and whatnot. But then we must make it a practice that from whoever we are taking that money, may it be bank, financial institution, employer, or your relative or friend, pay interest, because interest is the cost of money. As you can't take labor without wages, salary, as you can't take land without rent, as you cannot have entrepreneur without profit loss, how there could be capital and finance and money without interest? So let us see what we should do in that. Now, in that, I just give you a simple example. And believe me that when I say this, Actually, I'm practicing this in University of Mumbai for last more than 20 months. And one fact, let me narrate you before all of you, that in a way, there is nobody in the world who is having sufficient amount of money or finance. You know, our country is also indebted. Our state government also is indebted. Your organization, wherever you are working, also that is not having enough amount of finance to run the activities of recurring, non-recurring nature. At home also, whatever expense we incur every month, for that also we don't have sufficient amount of money. Even then, this world is going on, and that is actually financial management, and that leads to economic development and growth and sustainable development. So to understand that, see, if you are having money, you are managing that, there is nothing great in that. But if you are having deficit money, in the sense that your income is less than your expenditure, may it be at your home front, or may it be in your organization wherever you are working, or whether it is at government level, state or center, or whatever local government, it is the skill and the approach that you have to apply in managing the finance. And when we do that at our local level, in a way, it contributes at the state and national and international level. So, what I say here is that actually, if anybody is in need of money at your home level or around you, that person must actually first show his willingness or her willingness to pay at least the fixed deposit interest rate to the other person who might be having some money in the bank in fixed deposits. Friends, you know what is happening? Actually, we people go to bank, we put our money in fixed deposits. We don't know actually in and out of that bank, but we believe in that bank as a part of system of this economy, and they merely give you 5.5% or so, which is current fixed deposit rate. And that money they give to somebody else at 10% or 12%, and that bank makes money. Now, my argument and my point here is that if that is so, and if somebody from your family or friendship is having some money with the bank who is getting 5.5%, then why you do not approach that person and be ready to give him 5.5 or 6 or 7 or 8? So what will happen? It will be a win-win situation. In a way, you will get easily money not going to any bank and financial institutions. Second point, you will get at a very reasonable rate of interest. At the same time, the other person who might be your family member or relative, he will also get more than what otherwise the banks give you. Actually, this is called as helping yourself. The problem that actually this is one aspect of it, but then that problem is with we all is that the solution is around us. But then we go to bank and then bank gives to some other person. So that way we are all dependent on outsiders. Now, self-believing, self-dependence is what is the requirement. I believe these small things which we are talking about, if we start, definitely it will solve the financial and economic problems at local level. Definitely it will reduce the economic and financial problems at state level, and then it will help for the growth of the economy, and these things in turn brings the economic and financial stability of any government at national, international, state level, and then that is nothing but which leads to sustainable development. Friends, this sustainable development is such a big jargon, and you see, you go to net and then you go to anywhere, there are big articles and presentations around, but as I said in the beginning, we forget the basic small thing. क्योंकि जो बेसिक बातें होती है वो समझे बिना हम अगर बड़ी बड़ी बातें करेंगे तो खाली बड़ी बड़ी बातें रह जाएगी एंड द थिंग्स विल नॉट बिकम रियलिटी. So actually this time which has been given to me today, that 15-20 minutes time, the point that I wanted to prove here is that to have a sustainable development at state, national, international level, let us start from ourselves. Let us understand what is finance, Let us restrict our basic demands, and we should never go for any borrowing as far as possible. If borrowings we have to go out of compulsion, then be ready to pay interest as a cost of that money or finance to anybody, the way we are ready to pay it to the banks and financial institutions. And I tell you, your financial economic problems will be taken care of by you, and you don't need any state government or national international government for sustainable development. See what is happening in startups and then what is happening in the business around, uske liye log baithe. There are experts sitting at every level who will take care of that. When actually we look into these concepts and we wish to be a part of it, what actually is required to understand our role, our part, and I believe if we do that, that will definitely lead to the sustainable development. I'll give one more example. When there is a actually 100 into 4 relay, in that we have to only see that how best I can run 100 meters. For other 300 meters, there are people who will take care of that. Similarly, when it comes to sustainable development and economic development of the country, of the state, of the local government, let us do our part. And as Pula Deshpande sir said, हम अगर हमारा घर और हमारा आंगन और हम जिस संस्था में काम करते हैं, जहाँ पे हम काम करते हैं, वहाँ पे अगर हम हमारा रोल अच्छी तरह से निभाए, with honesty, with total transparency, by believing in the people, by discharging our part, I think that there is not too far when we'll have a very good sustainable development. And as you know, things are happening around that, we are having a demographic dividend being most uh, actually young generation in the world actually belongs to India, and the demographic dividend India is yielding everywhere. Our people are leading in every term, may it be IT, may it be finance, and there are people who are going to take care of that. Again, I again come to the same point. Let us understand what is our role. Let us start from ourselves, and let us see that in finance and accounts and sustainable development, wherever we are working, we have to see to it that whether we are earning our salary, whether we are giving in return what we are getting as salary and wages. When we are getting money and finance from anybody, are we paying that person reasonable rate of interest? And when we are doing that role and discharging our duties, I have no doubt in my mind that this will definitely lead to a sustainable development at local level, state level, and then in a broader sense at national international level. But only speaking of big things, big jargons, and not understanding our basic duties and what we are up to, I think the things will only be on the paper and they will never become reality. So, in that time constraint, what was allotted to me, I think this is the best what I could share with you. If there are any questions and answer, I think to the best of my ability and knowledge, I will try to answer your questions and doubts and queries. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Certainly, big things come by understanding very small things, and your nice example is going to remain with us, and this is something we shall take back from this session. So, I thank you very much on behalf of the organizers for being present, sparing your valuable time, and giving us insight into this world of finances.
Any questions, any doubts, queries? Just see the chat box.
At least I don't see any in the chat box. So since you have shared your details with them, maybe they will write to you later with more questions.
So before we officially conclude, let me thank the organizers and whatever little time I could get. Actually, such a topic where one can speak for hours together. But in that 20-25 minutes time, the best what I could share with you. Again, I say wherever we are, may it be finance, may it be anything, let us do our small part, and definitely that will give a big impact on the economic growth and then uh, sustainable development also. So I thank officially all the organizers, the entire team who is relentlessly working for last so many days, and I wish all the very best to these conference, for remaining sessions, and to the organizers, and for inviting me and thinking that I could be of some help and whatever I could share, believing in me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker for this session is already there. So if I may begin with the introduction. So it is a pleasure to welcome Dr. Anant Raheja, Director, Proto9 Materials Group, Samata Enterprises. If you see the caption going below the current session, you will see that they are one of our sponsors and we welcome them heartily for this session. We are privileged to have Dr. Anant Raheja sir today for our session. He is associated with the development of sustainable and high performance raw materials for industrial processes. Raheja sir is an innovator and an entrepreneur. He has developed and sealed up product lines based on polymeric nanomaterials. He has contributed to international publications and conferences. He has received 4 patents as well. To add more, he is a fellow of the Royal Academy of Engineering under the Leaders in Innovation Fellowship Program, which is a Newton Fund program. We welcome Sir virtually and in reality too. We look forward to his talk. The title of his talk goes Nanocellulose, a potent sequel to graphene. Welcome Anant Raheja sir, and I request you to please begin your talk.
Thank you, Dr. Nisha. I'll just share my slides here. Able to see my slide?
No, sir, not visible.
Not yet. Yeah, not yet. Is your slide the one with IS-360 support? Is that the one you are sharing?
1 second, I'll upload the
Sir, there is an icon in the bottom of your screen. Share. Just click on that. Then click on share screen.
Share screen, okay.
Then click on the entire screen.
Yeah, I have clicked on that, but it's showing system preferences. This is actually a MacBook. Is it having some different configuration for MacBook, madam?
Sir, please just wait for a minute. I will get back to you.
I think you should be able to see it now. I've uploaded the file in that. Is it there now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Now it is working. Thank you so much.
So it is. I've just uploaded it, so you should be able to see this. So very good afternoon, and thanks a lot for inviting us to the conference. I have attended. I was not able to attend a lot of sessions, but 2 very critical sessions. One was on sustainability, and one was the last speaker who also ended on a accounting and finance part of sustainability, which was very useful, and you'll see why I'm saying that. So the topic of presentation is about nanocellulose and how it can be a sustainable alternative to graphene. I am at Protonine Materials. We are into making sustainable and high performance materials, particularly using technologies like nanomaterial and advanced material sciences. We are also part of Samta Group. So, as a group, our mission has been to create an equilibrium between the human activity and the environmental implications. So, we are looking forward to contribute to the industry, the current industry. So, as a sustainable option, the planet is benefited, the people are benefited, and there is profit in that. So, this is one of our mission. And there are other companies in this group which are into mining, into energy, into banana fibers and natural fibers, into finance. But all these companies have one thing in common, that all of us are looking at sustainable solutions. So our mining is about sustainable mining, where we not only take minerals out but also rejuvenate the soil. Energy is about renewable energy. Fibers are about natural fibers. Fintech is about AI and blockchain. In finance, which helps in building credibility of the whole agriculture organic supply chain. And foundation is about bringing equilibrium between humanity of different social classes. At Protonine, we go a step further, where we say that sustainability should not be a compromise on the industrial aspect, that we should not compromise that we want to use paper instead of plastic, and that is not a high performance material, but we go for it because the government has banned plastic. We look for paper which is strong as plastic, and is able to perform the same function. So sustainability with performance is what we are trying to look at. And when we look at performance, there is this new nanomaterial, rather it's an old nanomaterial now. It's been there since 2004 in the news and media, and research has been there for quite some time. That is graphene. Now, graphene has got some wonderful properties. It is having ability to have a very high strength. It is also a material which is having extremely good conductivity. In fact, it is one of the best conductors on earth. And it is also a material which is most sought after, but there have not been many successful scaling ventures in graphene. Now, I want to note these numbers on the screen, which is one is about lignocellulose. So when we say lignocellulose, it is largely agri-biomass. It is waste generated from forest and agriculture. It is a waste that is naturally generated. So every year we generate somewhere around 182 billion tons per annum of lignocellulosic waste. And if you want to buy it commercially, it may be rupees 1 per kg or even less than that. And the reserves are completely renewable. It comes out every year due to agriculture activities. And the closest to a value chain we have is cellulose coming from lignocellulose, which is only 180 million tons per annum. So there is a 1,000th of this waste is actually utilized to make something valuable. What happens to the 999 million is something, we don't know. On the other hand, if you look at graphene, one of the key sources of graphene is graphite. Now, graphite is naturally naturally available, but the total reserves of graphite globally is only 324 million tons. And the graphite that is available in the market is close to around 80 rupees per kg. It is also used for making electrodes, it is used in ceramics, it is used in different other applications. But most valuable application that is being sought after is graphene. And that capacity is somewhere less than even 100,000 tons per annum. Probably it is because of this rare availability that the prices are so high. And we'll also see the challenges that you have with graphene. Now, going back to cellulose, what all can be produced from cellulose? So you typically get a fiber from plants. So cellulose is a structural polymer. It is different from starch, which is a functional polymer. You can use starch as a food. But in case of cellulose, it has got this long chain of glucose monomers, and that forms a very strong bond. And this bond is very valuable when it comes to the structural aspects of a plant. So whether it is the stem part, whether it's a leaf part, it is a natural structural polymer. It is sustainable, it has high value, and it is, most importantly, it is feasible to produce at high scale without significant carbon emissions, without significant chemicals involved. And when you look at cellulose, it has a crystalline zone and an amorphous zone. The crystalline zone aligns the polymeric chains together, which gives it the strength, which is very similar to graphene. In case of graphene, you have a two-dimensional structure with sp2 hybridization, and that single layer or monolayer of graphene is the strongest grade of graphene that is available, but it is also very difficult to purify. In case of cellulosic nanomaterials, you can get a very high surface area, obviously, because it's nano, plus it is biodegradable. So if you're looking at something like packaging, that is one more great application it can go for. It is most importantly biocompatible, sustainable. It is cost effective because you saw the kind of rates that you can procure the source material. Now, interestingly, when you go at nano level, all of us know that at nano level, the quantum effects start to express themselves. The non-conductive property of cellulose can also be tweaked. You can actually get electromagnetic properties in cellulose in the nano layer. So that is where you can also use it for electronic papers and sensors. Another important feature is the lightweight and mechanical strength. So similar to graphene, at nano level, since all the chains are aligned, even cellulose is having a very lightweight and high mechanical strength, ideal for additives in the composite industry, in cements, in aviation, and in automobiles. So these are the typically three forms of cellulose available in the nano form. So one is the crystalline form, where you have a large high degree of crystallization, and it is also conductive. The other is the fibrillated form, where you have long chains of cellulose. And the third form, which is commonly produced by microbes, is the bacterial cellulose, which is the most sought after, but the scaling is very difficult to do because it's a fermenter-based mechanism. Its surface area of nanocellulose is close to around 200 to 300 meters square per gram. Now, if you compare this with graphene, that has close to around 2300 meters square per gram, which is very high. But nonetheless, we can create a balance between both the materials so that you have the high surface area that is required by the application. Again, this is a low density material. It has adaptable chemistry. You have a lot of hydroxyl groups that can be modified to create a catalyst, create a polymer, create any kind of material. It has excellent mechanical property, close to around 130 GPa. Now, if you compare this with graphene, graphene is still higher than that. But again, there can be a balance that nanocellulose is sustainable. And similar to graphene, this has applications in energy storage. It has applications in pharma, medical, and cosmetics. It has applications in composites, in solar panels, as well as screens. And like I said, you have two primary types. One is the crystalline, the other is the nanofibrillated forms. The diameters is close to around 10 to 50 nanometers. In the other case also is the same, but the length is what changes. So in case of fibrillated, you have very long chains compared to crystalline. And based on the physical properties or the molecular chain sizes, one can use it for electronics or one could use it for pharma and paper plastics. Now, if you don't go into the hydroxyl group structure, you just look at it broadly, even in this case, you get a very linear a linear structure of polymer, very comparable to graphene. In case of graphene, one has to exfoliate graphite. You get graphene. Graphene is not very readily dispersible, so we go for graphene oxide. And if you want to dope it for electronic properties, we go for reduced graphene oxide. And all these processes, they require a good amount of solvents, a good amount of chemicals, a good amount of energy that has to be invested in making this material. So we have to ask ourselves as an industry, is it a sustainable alternative? Is it something that the industry wants to look forward to because of the effluents that are generated, because of the carbon emissions? So compared to graphene, how does nanocellulose place itself? When we look at graphene, it has got a two-dimensional structure. It has very high electronic mobility, very good strength, stiffness, as I said, high surface area, very good resistivity, depends on the kind of graphene we are using, and the transparency. Interestingly, even nanocellulose at a crystalline form, it has a very good transparency, and that is also the reason it's used in building screens. So when you look at nanocellulose versus graphene, one is the sustainable sourcing of the material. In case of graphene oxide, although the graphite is abundant, it's not as abundant as cellulose or lignocellulose. Also, when you look at the biodegradability, there are several clinical trials or studies that are being conducted on graphenes, wherein some reports have found that beyond a certain dosage, graphene can be toxic to cells. Whereas in case of cellulose, it is a naturally inert material. We get a very good surface area in graphene close to around 2300. 700 is the practical surface area as well for multilayered graphene. In case of nanocellulose, it's slightly lower, but it is still very high compared to bulk materials. In both cases, we have scaling and purification challenges. So on that part, both these materials are comparable. So given this circumstance and the context of sustainability, I believe nanocellulose can be the next graphene or graphene oxide with a slight tweak in chemistry. Thanks a lot. And if you have any queries, or we are looking forward to even collaborations, both in the academia and the industry, so please write to us. And thank you. If there are any queries, you can post it in the chat box, or you can later write to us at this mail ID. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Queries are most welcome and can be typed in the chat box, and I'm sure the speaker will be happy to answer them. At the moment, there don't seem to be queries. In a nutshell, sir has told us about cellulose polymer and its various forms. He gave wonderful applications of cellulosic materials, especially the way they function at nano stage. He described their similarity to graphene and also gave a detailed comparison between the two kinds of materials and has shown us how they can be used for sustainable development. So I hope you have had a lot of information from this nice talk. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Anant Raheja for his talk, and I am sure the audience will connect back to him with various questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sus çatırken abanyan boşta yönelişli cevap veriyordu. İltimos, алоқада қалың. Пожалуйста, оставайтесь на связи. Ваш вызов в режиме ожидания.
We shall resume shortly in a few minutes with our next speaker. So please wait for a few minutes.
Ikra? Yeah. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. A very warm welcome to you for this afternoon session. So, our speaker for today has just now joined in this virtual conference, and it is a great pleasure for us to welcome Dr. Sufia Khan from Banasthai University, Rajasthan. She is currently an associate professor in this university, which is in Jaipur, Rajasthan. She has been a Chevening Crisp Fellow, University of Oxford from 2019 till date. She has over 100 plus publications. She is an INSA visiting scientist at Istanbul, Turkey, strengthening foreign collaborations of India. Research and industry experience go hand in hand for her and help to understand sustainability better. Maybe the scarcity of Rajasthan, of water in Rajasthan, was something that may have prompted her for her research, and I'm sure in her talk she will say more about it. She is a founder of Drumlin's Water Technology Private Limited. May I now request Dr. Sufia Khan to begin her talk titled Development of Affordable and Sustainable Defluoridation Technology. Please, madam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nisha Shah, for your nice introduction. And I'm very, very thankful to the Dr. Ahmed also for inviting me to give the talk over here. Just, I would like to share my PPT. So is it audible? Sorry, presentable?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. So today's I will be talk about the development of the affordable and the sustainable defluoridation technology.
Madam, please, sorry to interrupt. I think the screen is still not visible. Maybe it is taking some time. I hope you have pressed the share button. And
yeah. You sharing. I have already shared the button, but here is a lot of rains are here. Raining is there, so might be possible due to the internet connectivity that I'm not been able to share properly. Just give me time. I'll just. I'm again sharing my slides. Now it is visible.
Not
Hello?
yet, madam. No, not yet, madam. Just one more minute. Let us wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the problem you have?
The speaker is not able to share her slides.
Who has to share now?
Yeah, my Sufia Khan, madam.
Hello. So what is the problem you are getting? Supriya ji, can you hear me?
Can hear you, sir.
Yeah.
We can hear you, sir. Yeah.
So please repeat what I say right now. Please do it. Go to that plus icon.
1 second. Sufia madam, can you hear him? Sufia madam, she has left. Connectivity is lost. Okay, wait, sir. She's.
I am here. And
Okay,
you please
Partha,
tell one Mr. Vikram Vishal is trying to log in without his audio and video connected. It is not possible for the system to get in. If you can communicate it, please
Okay,
inform.
I will tell him. I will tell him.
Yeah.
Vikram Vishal. Fine, we'll start with him because he has to go. Let
Yeah,
Sufia madam send the PPT.
So who is next?
Yeah, this Vikram Vishal only.
Vikram Vishal cannot be admitted inside, madam. His audio video not connected.
Yes, I'll tell him.
Sufia has come back.
हाँ सर ऑडियो आपका ऑडियो वीडियो कनेक्ट होना जरूरी है देन ओनली यू विल बी एबल टू गेट इट yes please log in so we'll start with you as you have to leave no?
Sufia Khan, your network is very slow.
Like
At this speed,
second
it is
lecture
not possible for you to present. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, she's
Are you
here
able
now.
to hear me? Sufia, are you able to hear me?
Sufia madam,
Yes.
Are you able to hear me?
You are audible to me, but here is some internet problem, so I'm not been able to load my file also because it is taking time.
It's your internet problem. No, we can't help it. So who is next? Maybe you can ask them to do it.
will request Vikram Vishal sir. He's trying to join in with other device.
Yeah. Mr. Vikram has joined.
Yeah, shall I go then? Because I think the other speaker is having some problem.
Professor Vikram, you can start your presentation.
Okay.
Very good. Yeah, very good afternoon. May I please interrupt? So before Professor Vikram Vishal sir starts his talk, we would like to introduce our speaker. So due to some technical issues, we have exchanged the talks of Sufia madam and Dr. Vikram Vishal sir. So Vikram Vishal sir has joined and I would request him to begin with his talk once the introduction is over. So it is a pleasure for us to introduce the next speaker of this session, Dr. Vikram Vishal, who is an associate professor at the Department of Earth Sciences, IIT Bombay. Along with this, he is an adjunct senior lecturer at Monash University, Australia in Civil Engineering Department 2. He is involved actively in interdisciplinary programs in climate studies at IIT Bombay. He did his PhD from IIT itself and did postdoc at Stanford University, USA. He has more than 50 publications to his credit. His research interests are in the fields of reservoir geomechanics, unconventional petrophysics, carbon sequestration, and engineering geology. Sir, we look forward to your interesting talk on role of carbon capture and storage in climate change mitigation. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the very kind introduction. I'll just try to share the slide. I'll share the screen rather, and then. Can you confirm if this screen is being shared with you? Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure. So thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you for accommodating me in this list of distinguished speakers on the various topics on sustainability, climate change mitigation, and so on. So I'm happy to talk about one of the verticals of climate change mitigation efforts that's been going on around the world. And India is also taking strides to develop carbon capture, utilization, and storage in this context. I'll just use a pointer here. Yeah. So so. Yeah, we all are aware of the term called Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs), pretty much defined by the United Nations, and then also different companies are adapting to the transformations that are happening in their future, aligning with these Sustainable Development Goals. So, in this respect, it is clear that there are several goals that we need to achieve, of which, for example, that are most concerned to us, in our one point here is quality education. Sorry, let me see if I can use this pointer. The pointer is not working. Okay, so maybe you can see that quality education, affordable and clean energy, industry, innovation, infrastructure. Okay, I have the pointer here. Yeah. So, infrastructure, sustainable cities, responsible consumption, climate action, and partnership for achieving these goals. So, essentially, aligning with these goals, when we look at the condition of the world, we understand that we are definitely the trajectory has been not so much in the last 1.5 centuries, when the world has grown, expanded like anything in terms of population and in terms of infrastructure, growing energy needs, and in that respect, we have actually released a large amount of carbon dioxide, and that essentially has led to it's now more or less unanimously believed impacting the climate very severely. As you can see that sorry, just almost 5 to 6 decades ago, we were at around 310 parts per million, and currently we are at 421 parts per million of CO2. Although it looks very small, but we are emitting every year 30 36 gigatons of carbon dioxide. So that amount of carbon dioxide getting released into the atmosphere is definitely impacting the overall temperature, and it is again unanimously believed in the scientific community that nearly 1.1 degrees Celsius change of climate has happened since the pre-industrial times, and this is largely attributed to carbon dioxide. So, world carbon dioxide emissions, if you see, is from the different developed economies, countries like USA, European Union, China, Russia, but India is also a leading emitter of carbon dioxide. In fact, in terms of total uh, amount of CO2 emitted.
Sir, may I interrupt?
Yes, please.
Your slide is not moving. We can see only your first slide.
Oh, I moved to the third slide. Sorry, let me just see then. I'll share the entire screen then.
Full
It seems that
screen. Make it full screen, na, sir?
I made it full screen. I think uh, I I chose the option to share only the slides. I think I'll
Okay.
choose to share the entire screen now.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I'll just slides. Stop screen. Share. I'm sharing the entire screen, and you may just confirm if this is now moving. Can you see the other slide now?
Yes, sir. Now we are on second slide.
Sure. Thank you. So I just talked about this, and you may have be familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals. And then I was talking about the emission of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases over the years. And so this is what I was trying to show you here. The rapid rise in carbon dioxide emissions has happened in the last 1.5 centuries or so. And just in, as I said, in last 50, 60 years, we have risen by almost 100 ppm. And annual carbon dioxide emissions, you can see that it is all these countries in the dark red are emitting several gigatons of carbon dioxide, and the world nearly emits around 33 to 36 38 gigatons of carbon dioxide. So let's look at the energy scenario around the world. We now understand that globally, if we talk about globally, coal, oil, and gas are still the mainstream of coal, steam, and gas are the mainstream of carbon dioxide, fossil fuels energy source. And if you look at India, again, coal, oil, and gas, and European Union or USA, if you see, it's still the coal, oil, and gas, which are so basically petroleum or fossil fuels, which are essentially reduced form of carbon, and hydrocarbon, they are getting burned to get us energy. And in that case, we are definitely releasing a large amount of carbon dioxide. So now the option that we talk about are the renewable energy resources such as solar, hydro, wind, geothermal, and so on. So there, the advantage is that they have a minimum carbon footprint and they can directly produce electricity. However, the energy density is very low. So if you think about the a kilogram of coal giving energy, and then if you look at the amount of solar panels needed and the efficiency needed, so on, it will definitely much lower. Secondly, it is also, these are also intermittent in nature, because definitely at night time and in those months of monsoons like currently in Mumbai, we don't have bright sunlight and so on. So there are definitely challenges with this. So in that respect, we understand that we are continuing to use fossil fuels unless breakthrough happens with cleaner fuels such as hydrogen and so on. So in that respect, as I mentioned, the carbon is most reduced form. It oxidizes and it releases carbon dioxide, and then again through photosynthesis kind of a process, it gets fixed here. But what we are doing, human intervention has actually caused to release in large amounts of carbon dioxide that is being added to the atmosphere. So the idea is that we may still continue to use our fossil fuels for next few decades, and then we'll capture the carbon dioxide and either utilize it appropriately or store it in the form of geological carbon sequestration. So this is the overall problem definition, and CCS technology is going to grow because more so with the commitment of India for net zero. That is, you may be aware of the Honorable Prime Minister made announcement at COP26 in Glasgow last year, giving the Panchamrit elements of India's trajectory to abate climate change. There, net zero by 2070 is the goal. So there are different methods of capturing carbon dioxide. We can capture carbon dioxide directly from the air. So as you know, the air concentration is very low in compared to that from the industrial effluent. So directly air capture, if you target, then it is somewhere using this kind of mechanism where you have big fans, and through those fans the air is sucked inside, and then there are some specific solutions that are there that keep on flowing through through the tubes that are capturing the air, and after that it gets collected as a form of a carbonate solution, and now from there carbonate can be transported to a different place and used as carbonate, or it can be CO2 can be stripped out through different chemical reactions. So that is capturing directly from air. Now it is in India, we don't really have direct air capture facilities yet in the country, and it may not be a priority also because most of our emissions are happening from the large point sources. So in terms of large point sources, where let's say industries such as cement, steel, um, power plants, fertilizers, refineries, so on, these industries are the one which release large quantities of carbon dioxide. And the point source capture is when you attach something in this unit that is coming out, the effluents, and then somehow you're able to capture and remove the carbon dioxide. So there are different methods such as pre-combustion, post-combustion, oxy-fuel, and so on. Essentially, the CO2 that is getting to be released in the atmosphere, we don't want to release it in the atmosphere, but we want to capture it, and after capturing we want to take it forward and store it. So that is the idea here. So what do we do once we have captured the carbon dioxide? We have to transform or use it convert into a useful chemical. So already the industries are aware of doing it in various processes. They are doing is like manufacturing of methanol, urea, methane, soda ash, fertilizers. In fizzy drinks you have the fizzy drinks also you have carbonated beverages is here. So you have these options. Fire extinguishers is largely carbon dioxide. So there are different pathways of utilizing in terms of chemicals and other applications. But the question is that when we are emitting 36 or 38 gigatons of carbon dioxide, that is billions of tons of carbon dioxide, in that case, is it possible to convert all these chemicals and get into convert into some useful product? So these are the practical aspects and the challenges aligned with it. So therefore, large scale mitigation of captured carbon dioxide can happen if we capture this carbon dioxide, transport it to a certain distance wherever it is required to, and then inject into the ground, back into the ground. So deep into the subsurface. So this is called as the geological carbon sequestration. So there are different reservoirs that will store. So as we call it, so I'm a geologist, and people who study geology, petroleum engineering, they are very much familiar about the subsurface, and also those who have studied geography in school, you may be remembering igneous rock, metamorphic rocks, sedimentary rocks. The different rocks that are there in the subsurface, they are the ones which contain large quantities of pores, and in these pores we should be able to inject and store carbon dioxide. Now you will have a question that that this is huge volume of carbon dioxide. How can we store there? Now you see that 100 volume of CO2, that is what we are seeing near the surface. When it goes down by orders of magnitude. It becomes 0.32. It becomes a tiny droplet. So imagine the room that you are sitting in, or in the building that you are sitting in currently. The entire building worth of carbon dioxide, maybe we are when it compressing and bringing down, it may be like a few spoons of liquid carbon dioxide at that pressure temperature conditions. And also it changes form to liquid to supercritical also. So these are the things that are very useful, that we can store large quantities of carbon dioxide. So I want to show you that one of the first such projects that happened in the world was actually with the Statoil company in the offshore of Norway, in the Sleipner project. So they stored carbon dioxide from different anthropogenic sources. So that is carbon sequestration, storage of CO2 from anthropogenic sources into deep lithological units for geologically significant periods of time. So there, what they were doing, they were extracting natural gas. That natural gas contained 8 to 9% of carbon dioxide. So they came here and then they separated the natural gas, which is methane, and the remaining CO2 concentrate, they put it back into another reservoir, another rock strata, which is called as the Utsira Formation. And there, since 1996, they have been storing several tons of carbon dioxide every year in this project. So it is happening around the world, and therefore there are myths that CO2 storage may not be happening. But I must say that we have already injected several 100 million metric tons of carbon dioxide just for storage purposes. So, and therefore there is huge potential. And you can see that there are different projects around the world, where these red ones are the large scale CCS facilities in US, Canada, and in Norway, in Western Europe, in China, in Middle East, in Australia. There are different CCS projects that are underway currently. India currently does not have any CCS project, although. And the scale that we can store in different sedimentary reservoirs worldwide is almost 600 plus, is almost 27,000 plus gigatons. So there is enormous potential. When we talk about emissions, it is 3 gigatons, and here we can see that 36 or 38 gigatons globally, and the potential is high. So I just want to assure that India is very rich geologically. We have almost all the kinds of rock types that we want to talk about. We can either go for CO2 injection and getting more oil by using CO2. So in that case, also some 70, 30, 40% of CO2 can get stored. So you are enhancing the oil recovery by injection of carbon dioxide. We can enhance the coal bed methane recovery by injection of carbon dioxide, or we can store it in aquifers, both onshore and offshore. So in the peninsular part of India has large amount of aquifers, or we can store in basalt formation, which are the rocks pretty much found in and around Mumbai, Maharashtra, parts of Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka. These basalts are the black colored rocks, which are essentially chemicals, silicates, and these silicates turned into carbonates in the mineral carbonation process. So this is kind of, these are the diversity in India for geological reservoirs, and this is what we target. So there are different capture plants that exist in the country, but storage potential of India was not properly mapped until 2020. As you can see here, that all these world, this is a world map, and US has a certain amount of CO2 storage capacity. This has some capacity. This has some capacity. Russia, China, Brazil. But if you see India, India does not have its capacity mapped. So we need to find out where are the locations where we can store carbon dioxide. So that exercise we did at IIT Bombay. Our group tried to look at the entire set of reservoirs in India, whether it is oil and gas reservoirs or coal bed methane reservoirs or the aquifers or the basalts. And we worked out that nearly 395 to 614 gigatons of CO2 can be stored in the subsurface of the country. So basically, as we said, we are emitting around 3 gigatons. 2.8 is the number precisely, and our potential to store is 100 times more. So we can definitely target, even if at the efficiency of identifying like 10% of these reservoirs, we still have 40 to 60 gigatons of CO2 storage capacity in the country. So that transition to net zero can be smoothened by capturing and storing of carbon dioxide. Now we are looking at the distribution of the emission sources. You can see that in the country we have all these fertilizer plants, steel plant, power plants, and then refinery, cement, all across the country. They are so much distributed. So in this distribution, we try to find out where we can store in terms of the sink spaces. So we try to do that mapping. Almost several of these point sources, large point source of emissions, are close to these places where we want to inject carbon dioxide. So you can inject carbon dioxide into these subsurface spaces is what our proposition is, and we have proposed this kind of a model, and we have released a roadmap from the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. There also we have covered these aspects. So carbon capture pilot happened with some of the studies that we did from IIT Bombay side with carbon green solutions for NTPC. And last year you may have seen that NTPC announced that they are setting up a carbon capture plant in India, and that study also was done by in our group here at IIT Bombay. So there are different challenges to doing CCUS. One is the cost, because currently the costs are very high, and the different for a effective business proposition, if the costs have to come down. For doing reducing the cost, we have to accelerate our research. R&D has to be accelerated. We have to find out the ways to capture and store and transport in a cheaper way, and therefore the cost has to be seen. Then we have to look at the awareness, public acceptance of these things, the uncertainties that are there, the policies have to be given, and it has to conform with national and international laws. But the point is that if the weather is nice and sunny, like possibly like today, and we don't want to do about climate activities, but then the catastrophe strikes, even that is not the best time to talk about climate legislation. So further to this, I found it very challenging to communicate to people how CO2 can be stored in the subsurface. So this is what you're seeing here. This is like the reservoir rock. The rock contains large quantities of pores. I'll show you a rock if you're able to see me. This is kind of a rock that it's a sandstone. Must have seen a sandstone. This sandstone contains huge quantities of pore spaces in there, and that's where the full fluid that is put here can pass. It also has good permeability. So this kind of a reservoir, we inject carbon dioxide. It goes into the base of this reservoir. It starts rising because of buoyancy contrast and hits another rock type which is actually very very impervious, and because of that it is not able to flow further. So it forms a plume like this, and therefore this is a trapping mechanism of carbon dioxide. So now what you're seeing here is easy to simulate in model, but in physically it is difficult to demonstrate. But then what you're seeing is actually a physical model which we created to communicate to the people how carbon dioxide can be captured and sequestered in the geological reservoir. So this is essentially how in the subsurface it will be happening. And this is, since we have not used any numerical codes, it's only by the physical principles of the material properties that it is going to form a plume of CO2 like this. And this is another carbon capture model which we made for a single from direct air capture. We have air that flows from one end to the other end, and then we have chemicals that are flowing inside through this, so that at very low concentration also carbonates are being formed and it is collected at the box below. So this is how we have taken the subject forward, and now roping in several ministries, Niti Aayog, and releasing roadmaps, and also setting up the National Center of Excellence at Carbon Capture Utilization at IIT Bombay, of which I am a convener, but we have almost 20 faculty colleagues at IIT Bombay working on this topic. So not just the faculty colleagues, but also students. You must have learned last year that our team of students won the prestigious X Prize from the Elon Musk Foundation, who Musk himself had announced $100 million of funding prize. So we got some of them, and we are setting up a plant for 3 tons of CO2 capture per day in one of our laboratory units here. And also for subsurface competition also, we have our students who won this prize. So definitely coming towards the end, we have 2 scenarios for net zero. Now I'll talk about 2070 only because that concerns India. Although this is a global roadmap for removal of carbon dioxide. Currently we are emitting 38 gigatons. If we do not do anything, we'll be emitting 50, 70, 100, 200 gigatons by the end of this century. That is where addressing carbon dioxide problem is very, very topical right now for us, for our next generation, and for the humanity to survive in an optimal way. In that respect, going for hydrogen, improving energy efficiency, other renewables, and all are very important. But despite all of this, since we'll continue to burn fossil fuels, CCUS, which is carbon capture utilization storage, will still form a good chunk of the efforts for abatement of carbon dioxide and to achieve net zero. And after that also, if you want to burn fossil fuels, which must be able to integrate CCUS in the portfolio. So that is from where we are at 2022 this is how the vision will be looking like. So with this, I want to thank the organizers for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. If there are any questions, I request the audience to type them up in the chat box. We'll just wait for a few seconds. At the moment, there seem to be none. So let me take this opportunity to thank Professor Vikram Vishal sir from IIT Bombay. A picture speaks 1,000 words, and your talk full of pictures gave us an insight into the latest things happening at IIT Bombay, along with your big team of collaborators and students. Carbon capture plant and carbon storage model was something that we could quickly understand through your lecture, and I hope the students and the participants who are taking part in this conference will benefit a lot by further discussions with you if they wish to over emails, etc. Thank you, sir. And I request the next speaker to take over.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Bye.
So, Professor Sufia Khan, madam, are you there?
Sufia Khan, madam, are you there? Okay. I will start sharing your.
You can see yes.
ये शेयर करना नहीं है, ये थोड़ी ना शेयर ये नहीं शेयर करना
Hello.
नहीं yes ma'am, tell me.
Hello.
Yes. Madam, your size is very high. The size of the file. That's why they are not able to open. Try to be.
हाँ, पता नहीं क्या हो गया। मोबाइल हमने तो मोबाइल से भी करने की कोशिश करी, दूसरे अपने आईडी। हाँ, ठीक। अच्छा, आवाज तो आ रही है ना, तो मैं अपना ये वो
Madam, hello. Madam, visible है slides? Sufia madam. Sufia madam, is the slide visible on the screen?
हेलो।
हाँ मैडम, आपकी स्क्रीन पे दिखाई
हाँ,
दे रहा है?
आवाज हाँ, दिखाई दे रही है।
You can start मैडम।
ओके। सो इसको F5 कर दीजिए आप, ताकि वो पूरा हो जाए।
यस। F5 ही नहीं है। Full screen है क्या? Slideshow नहीं, full screen चाहिए. Madam, you start. I'm just searching. There is no F5 option here. हाँ है. Madam, hello. Hello. हाँ हाँ. Visible. Sophia, madam.
Continue with
Sophia,
my
madam.
mobile call.
Yeah, you can.
Yes,
Is the
yes.
screen visible to you?
Yeah. Now.
Okay, madam, you can start.
Yes. Yeah. So, good afternoon to each and everyone. I'm
Madam, we can't hear you.
from this journey, I have established my own spin-out company, that is the Drumlins Water Technologies Private. So I'm not audible. Dr. Nisha, should I continue?
Madam, yeah, madam, you are now audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, because I'm connecting through my mobile, so it's yeah.
No. We are able
Yeah,
to
so
hear
my
you. Please go ahead.
Yes. So thank you so much. So, excuse me. Yeah. So I will be presenting my whole story of my spin-out company, that is the Drumlins Water Technologies Private Limited, that caters the need of the fluoride contamination in a very affordable and the sustainable manner. Next slide, please. Next slide, ma'am, please. So it's a story. So it's an spin-out company that I've already told, that originated from my Center for Excellence, Water and Energy. And today's talk will be on the development of the affordable and sustainable defluoridation technology. Next slide, please. So it's a story of the failures, frustration, triumphs, and success of so many of the women scientists who are in my group and the women entrepreneurs. It is a story that a new way to go. Next slide. So I would like to give my brief introduction about my university, that this university is a NAC A+ university. and NAC A++ University, and recently we got the FICCI University of the Year award, and this is the Women University, which is the world largest residential women university. Next slide, please. And it prepares the woman in all spheres of life, and it creates so many of the women, nurtures the women leaders in every spheres of the life. So next slide, please. So from 17 years back, when I joined this university, what I have find over here that many people, especially the young people, has to go through their knee replacement before the age of the 40, and I have seen many young children also suffered from the problem of the dental and skeletal fluorosis. So way back, despite of so many of the government efforts and the existing technologies available, and still there is a problem of the fluoride contamination. So I took this as a research question in 2010, despite of having a PhD in the molecular biology, and to solve this need of the local problem. One day I would like to, that it was my dream that one day I would develop a very affordable and sustainable defluoridation technology that do not require any technical specifications for for their working, and it should be very, very sustainable. It should not release any brine in the environment, and we could if we could develop a very simple technology that could be used by the local people and the surrounding region, that it was my dream in the year 2010. So when I took this as a research question, next slide. So what I find over there, that it is not a local problem. Globally, around 200 million people, and India around 66 million people severely suffered from the problem of the fluoride contamination. So what is the problem with the fluoride? That fluoride is a double-edged sword. Next slide, please. So the fluoride is a double-edged sword. It is required for our bodies up to 1.5 mg per liter, and its excess amount is highly toxic for our body. So there is no technology in the world that can maintain the levels of the fluoride. And secondly, most of the technologies removes the bound fluoride, not the ionic fluoride that passes through the membrane, RO membranes also. And so that is the biggest problem, that we need to cater this ion, and we need to look the seriously a very serious efforts to solve this problem. Okay, still so many of the technologies are still available, but I have seen the problem is still exists. And this problem I have seen very closely, and it is close to my heart, because I have seen that my own daughter Sami suffered from the dental fluorosis. Despite of that, we have an RO system from day one when she was born. Next slide, please. So what we have find that all the available technologies for the fluoride remediations from the water are very costly, whether it is reverse osmosis, ion exchange, electrodialysis, ultrafiltration, or phytoremediations. And the cost and effectiveness of the defluoridation techniques are still not satisfactory, and those required for the further improvements, and it is not reaching up to the last user, especially the rural community. Next slide. So way back in 2013, luckily we got the center. I got the MHRD Center for Excellence on the Water and Energy, and we have initiated our research in these three prime reasons: development of the nanoadsorbents and the sensors for the fluoride, and the development of the nanophytoremediation technology, and development of the detections of the different contaminants, especially the nanoplastic and the other contaminants too. And I'm proudly say that 8 technologies are in the different stages of their commercialization, and we have we have filed our 8 patents, and all these technologies are in the different stages of the commercialization. Next. So we started our work with the phytoremediation, that with the help of the plants, how we could remove the pollutants from the contaminated soils. And my 3 or 4 PhD student has worked hard for the improvement in the phytoremediation efficiency, that how can the plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, chelating agents, nanoparticle, hydrogels, different different all other the 2D and the 3D materials affects the phytoremediation efficiency, and we worked hard a lot in this area too. Next slide. Next slide. So we published research achievements. We have published more than many papers in this area, more than 85 papers in the fluoride research, and we have worked on the mapping of the fluoride endemic regions due to the and with the help of the GIS and the other parameters, and more than many papers, more patents, and the 5 books we have published in that direction, mapping of the fluoride endemic area and the assessment of fluoride accumulation in the soil as well as the vegetation. And we have also published the GIS mapping of the fluoride contaminated groundwater, and we worked on the microbe assistant phytoremediation too. Next slide, please. And we worked on the genetics of the hyperaccumulation as well as the how this Prosopis juliflora can act as a green solution for the Rajasthan for the removal of the fluoride. And we choose this plant as a very good model plant, and we worked hard a lot, and then we developed the technology that has been tested field trial with the help of our collaborators and the partners. And now these are the this nanophytoremediation technology is also at the commercial level. So next slide, please. So as a scientist, we address all the issues of the fluoride, like how we could improve the heavy metal removal or the fluoride removal efficiency, and how we could speed up the process. Is there microbe or the nanoparticles or the materials affects the plant biomass growth or the parameters, and how to make this process very, very sustainable and cheaper and the cost effective. So we got into the deeper sciences, and we published further. And at this stage my lab was not very established in the area of the nano, but after it, for solving the problem of fluoride, we established our lab in the area of the nanotechnology. And recently, I am also running the Water Innovation Center, which is a DST project with the help of the 4 collaborators. And we worked, next slide please. And we published in the area of the green synthesis of the nanoparticles, nanomaterials, and their effect on the green system. Like how we could synthesize. I am not doing how these nanomaterials could affect the plants, because so many of the nanoparticles are very toxic to the plant system. So first we make it, and then different level of the toxicity we will check in our labs. Next. So, one paper we published in the environmental science nano. In that, what we did, we have formed one good nano composite, that is the copper, ACF, and the CNF. And when we give it to the plant, Cicer aeraticum, and what we find that we find a very good results on their shoot length, root length, and all the good parameters. So that the idea came in our mind that why not we could use its material for the upgradation of the phytoremediation. And this paper we published in the Environmental Science Nano. That next please. That the carbon nanofibers act as a micronutrient carrier in the plants, which is the efficient translocation and the controlled release of the copper nanoparticles. And this is very good paper that on which that we worked on the upcoming part, and how to make it commercialized, and we will able to commercialize this nanophytoremediation technology with the help of these paper and the products. And continuously my lab has worked in the area of the fluoride. Next, please. On the sustainability aspect, we are synthesizing the nanoparticles from the jojoba waste seed meals, because and what we find that how we could make it more sustainable. And for the sustainability aspect, the green synthesized nanoparticles we again isolated and extracted from the jojoba seed meals, and then we act as a nano catalyst in the jojoba biodiesel blends, which is an improvement for the engine performance and emission. So for the closer the loop of the sustainability, we are doing how we could utilize the extracted part, and we are working on the regenerations of the nanomaterials too, so that we can make it more sustainable. Our products and our processes do not require the water and electricity for the operations, as we are belong to the Rajasthan itself, where water and electricity is the huge crisis, and most of the part of the Rajasthan do not get, rural part especially, are suffered from all these problems. So it is was in my mind that how we could develop a very good system that that the operations do not require any water and electricity. So sustainability was always in my mind, that how I could develop a technology or a product that is sustainable first, and it should be cost effective, and it should be scalable also. So by doing the basic research, when we always do the basic research, we never find out, like we don't concentrate on like these chemicals or materials, we cannot scale up the problems. We find all these things when we go for the scale ups. Most of the raw materials that we are utilizing in our basic research, these are very costly, and we have to reduce it, and we have to again go for our experimentation plant. So my suggestion to all the listeners or the research scholars who are listening to me, that whatever you are conducting in your labs, if you want to like in your applied sciences, if you want to like scale, or you want to build a very good technology, that it should be keep in your mind from the day one, that you, whatever the chemicals and whatever the experiments you are conducting or developing anything, it should be sustainable, and all the raw materials what you utilize, whatever you are utilizing, it should be scale up. Otherwise the we cannot make a very good product that is like cost effective. Next slide please. So till now the work has been like in the area of the fluoride. We have published more than 85 papers, 7 patents, and the 5 books. And I have a large research group who is currently working still with me. Next slide please. So the story I would like to tell, that the ideas came in the corridors or at the tea table. So at one time I was sitting in my lab, and one research scholar has came towards me that ma'am, there is a huge problem of the leaching of the nanomaterials. So the tea bags are in front of me, and I've just suggested her, just why not we could design a tea bags for the removal of the fluoride at that time. And luckily we will be able to make the tea bags like pouches for the removal of the fluoride. And from this time period, at this stage, many postdocs are also working under me. So one postdoc, like one PhD scholar, has came to me and said that, ma'am, because I belong to the women university, so one she said that I have not been able to go outside do something for us, because our social and family constraints are not allowing us for to go abroad for our postdoc. And this idea was also came at the same time. So I started why I should not commercialize this technology and make a very good product. So the journey, next slide please. So the journey, sorry, that sort of the journey begins with this establishment of the Drumlins Water Technologies Private Limited. Next, please. Sorry, this slide should be skipped. So we have published this. Sorry. So we have published this concept of the tea bag like pouches in a good scientific journal, and we further patented also, and it catches the wide media attention too. Next slide please. Next slide. So to make the India a fluoride-free country in the next 3 to 5 years, and next, and secondly, to create the opportunities not only for the women scientists, but the to increase the livelihood of the women who are just in the area where the Banasli Vidyapit is situated, because it is situated in the fluoride endemic zone and in the rural settings. So the rural population is here. So to cater these two needs, I founded this Drumlins Water Technologies Private Limited. Next. Next. So we have established this company in the 2019, and presently we have a very good number of the postdocs, and some are from the sales, marketings, and other guys who are looking for the business. and I'm the founder of this company, and the co-founder is my student Samina, who is looking for the business management and the business development strategy. Next. So we came out from last many years of the hard work, that is smart universal deep fluoridation nano rod that is equipped with the sensor. This technology is at the technology readiness level 7, and it is equipped with the sensors too. So the story I have already told, that we have started with the tea bags like pouches, which is of like 200 to 300 ml capacity. We can remove the fluoride from a cup of water, like a cup of water, but we increase it for the 5 liters. And but from last many years and with so much of the hard works, we have designed a single point of water purification system that not only for the water tanks, community water tanks up to 500 liter tanks, that not only removes the fluoride but the other heavy metals, microbes, and other contamination too. So this is our the final prototype, and we will launch within 6 months. Next. So our technologies, it removes both the bound and the free fluoride. It is affordable, and our operations do not require water and electricity, and it is easy to maintain and simple to install. It is single point of use. It is sensor equipped, portable, and user friendly. And the most important thing, that we have taken care of the regenerations of the utilized nanomaterials. So we take care of the sustainability aspects at every level, whether it is of regenerations, whether it is of water and electricity operation, and it also do not release brine in the environment. So all of these things
Madam,
we kept in our final.
we are sorry to interrupt, but may we request you to say conclude your talk in next 2-3 minutes, because the next speaker is also waiting.
Yeah. So can you just skip my
I'll go
slide
back
to
to the
this slide also?
presentation. Yes.
Yes. So next slide, please. Next, I would like to add. Next. Next also. No, next, Ala. It's the previous one. No slide, previous. No, it's the previous wali, last. A journey of the science to technology. Journey of science to technology, just. So I can just talk like in this manner.
Madam, could you tell the number of
you
your
can fix
slide?
my slide on the awards progress so far. You can fix my slide progress so far.
Okay.
In which I have mentioned the awards and all. Previous one. Progress so far. Slide number 32. 32. Yes. Yeah. So I would like to say one thing over here. From the basic sciences to the commercialization, like it takes like 10 to 20 years. Many depends upon the technology, and there are several challenges. Like we don't have a role models in our institutions, and there are so many of the institutions which do not have a very good IPR and the entrepreneurship policies for the faculties. Lack of motivation and innovations and IPR policies are not placed at the tier 2, tier 3 levels, and there are some family peer pressures and the lot of funding and retention of the talents, and lots of the legal compliances that join with the company. So there is huge amount of the challenges we are facing, and still there, and there is need to cater. But whatever we did, we established our company in 2019, but this company got so many of the awards, and we are on the continuous line. That recently we got the Nasir Reliance Platinum Jubilee Award and many awards from the Oxford and Bayrekta Winner Award. Next, please. Next slide, please. And this company also got the we have raised 10 billion INR, and we are the in the top 30 women entrepreneurs. That story has been released by the Niti Aayog. And recently, the woman water award also has been given to this company. And next slide, please. You can come to the last. I can say, like, I would like to conclude. Yeah. So the point at this stage, like, I would like to say that during the commercialization process, we are now at the process, like, we are collaborating with the different business partners also, like Tata Swatch and top line companies who could like transfer our technologies. And the companies got like so many of the we are in the different stages of the funding and launching of the products and all. So from the basic sciences to the commercialization, the idea is that, like, you anyone can do it, but my suggestions is that from the day one we should keep in my mind that we need to make a very diverse and a smart team who could cater not only the R&D part but the other parts also. Because in our R&D we make only the one kind of person who was looking for our labs, but for running of the spin out companies and to make it successful, you need a very different and a diverse group. And I am trying a lot to do all these things to make it successful. But the idea is that you need co-founders from the business sides and all kind of things. So this is my suggestion to all of you who are listening to me, that make a very, very good drink that is very, very crucial and essential. And last but not the least, I would like to thank each and everyone in my university who is the part of the drumlins, many PhD students, postdocs, women scientists, and the like women scientists who are working as an R&D officers and manager in my company. So, and all the funding partners, I'm really, really thankful to you. And last but not the least, I am thanks to the Mumbai University who has invited me to give this talk over here on this platform. And sorry for the interruption of the internet from my side.
Thank you so very much, madam, for your wonderful lecture. It is motivating in more than one ways for all of us. We do hope to hear you even in the future when the technology is now proliferating everywhere in the country. Thank you very much for your very interesting talk. May I now request
Thank
the
you so
last speaker of the session, Dr. Diffuza Zabarova from Uzbekistan, to please start if she is here. I would like to give a brief introduction in the meantime. Dr. Jabarova is the head of laboratory, medicinal plants, genetics and biotechnology, Institute of Genetics and Plant Experimental Biology, Academy of Sciences, Uzbekistan. Madam, we virtually welcome you to India today. Dr. Jabarova is an expert in plant microbe interactions, plant physiology, biochemistry, and soil microbial ecology. She has been awarded the DAD Fellowship to conduct research in Germany. She has been awarded a DBT TWAS postdoctoral fellowship to conduct joint research with India. She has already received 6 academic awards from various countries. We very much look forward to listening to you, madam. And the title of the talk she is going to give today is The Effects of Biocar and Mineral Fertilizers on the Growth, Root Morphological Traits, and Physiological Characteristics in okra, that is the bhindi, which we very much see growing next to our locals in Mumbai. So I request madam to please begin her lecture. Thank you. Jabbarova, madam, are you having any difficulty? Yeah, madam, your mic is muted at the moment. So maybe you can just unmute. Good evening, madam. We now see you. Request you to unmute yourself and you may please begin your lecture. Madam, you are still muted.
Yeah.
Now, yes, now we hear you. Welcome to the conference. We request you to please begin your lecture.
Okay.
Madam, any problem?
Yeah, I have problem with just 1
See,
minute.
you have a sharing button downside. Mute, stop camera, settings, and share. That you have to click.
Okay, okay.
And there you have window. Open to this. ये. Share screen. Share screen कीजिए. Their entire screen window. The next one is window. That window you have to open.
Okay.
So in window, if your PPT is open, you will be able to see. So click that window.
Just sorry, I have problem my computer. Possible next after next.
Because you are the last one, madam. Then you have to mail me the PPT.
Okay, okay.
Should I send you my mail ID? You have that ICS mail ID, no?
Yeah, yeah, please.
Can we try once again the sharing part?
Yeah. Now is available?
Yes, something is popping. Yes. Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If you can do full screen, that will be better. Otherwise, it's fine.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I talk about my presentation title, The Effect of Biochar in Mineral Fertilizers on the Growth, Root Morphological Traits, and Physiological Properties in Okra. Biochar is carbon-enriched biomaterial prepared through a process called pyrolysis. Biochar benefit on reducing emission and sequestering of greenhouse gases, impacting soil quality. Many have reported application of biochar enhancing soil fertility, carbon sequestration, and bioenergy production. Biochar also application to soil.
Madam, sorry for interruption. Your first, we can see only your first slide. The slide is not moving.
Okay. The objectives of this study to study the effect of biochar in mineral fertilizer on plant growth and root morphological traits in okra, to analyze the impact of biochar in mineral fertilizer on physiological properties in okra, to investigate the impact of biochar in mineral fertilizer on agrochemical properties and soil enzyme activities. In our experiment, we
Madam,
use
only first slide. We can't see your second, third slide. Which slide you are on? Please change the slide.
What is wrong? Is it okay?
No, now the slideshow is gone. Slideshow is gone. We cannot see anything now.
I already talking this fourth slide. Is it okay?
No.
No?
No,
What is wrong?
You have stopped. You have stopped sharing. Now again you share.
Okay.
Go to share button. Again you share.
Is it okay now?
No, we can't see anything.
Anything? What is wrong?
Yeah. Nothing is coming, madam. Previously, your screen was visible. Now it is not. The other one, the window, बाजू वाला side में window है. ये जो आपने खोला ना.
Okay, just 1 minute. I call my computer service. Just 1 minute.
Madam, when you open that share button, share screen, and then share screen again. So what will you will find entire screen. After that, you have another click, that is window. That window you have to click. So you will find your presentation there.
Yes, I also chosen now, but I think something is problem. I don't know.
Some problem. Okay.
Yeah, I already share screen. Yes.
I'll call support to help you.
Yeah, just.
Your PPT is open on your screen?
Yeah, I already
on your
opened.
desktop. Okay. Again, we will go. You open this share button. Click this share button. Then you have share screen. Share screen. Then you have again share screen open button, and then you have three tabs: entire screen, window, and Microsoft Edge. So that window you have to open.
I already do that, but something is a problem. Just please wait.
Not that you have opened entire screen. Don't enter no entire screen. The window, the next step.
Share. I already share. Okay.
Next step, that is window. Stop sharing. Go back again.
Okay.
Stop sharing. Now I will tell you. Open that share thing.
Okay.
You will find share screen. So click that share screen. Then again you will find blue color share screen that you open. So you will find three tabs. See, first is entire screen. That what you clicked before. Not that. The window. The next window you open. Click on window. There is a written window.
Okay.
Yes, window you open, so you will find your open window, which is there your presentation. Can you see that?
Yeah, I already do that, but something is happen.
Again, this is coming.
Yeah. Just
now in window also there are two windows. One is StreamYard and one is your PPT. So that PPT you have to open, and not the StreamYard wala.
Yeah.
In window you will find two. One is StreamYard and the second one is your presentation. So you click on the presentation, madam.
Yes, I already do that. Second. First is total ekran. Second is window.
We can't see anything.
I don't know. Something is wrong.
Yeah. Yes, madam.
Nothing here. Problem. I call this our institute service. Just one.
If you can send me the PPT on ICS, if it is possible, the mail you have received. from ICS 2022.
Okay. Yeah.
Please send your PPT on this mail ID.
I have just sent it to Dr. Ahmad Ali. Just
You have sent to Ahmed Ali.
yes.
Please send on ICS 2022 and please send at ICS2022.mu.ac.in.
Just 1 minute.
See, I have written the mail ID in the chat box.
Okay, just 1 minute.
Have you sent, madam, on this? Have you sent your PPT on this?
Yeah, I am sending you. Please wait. No, join.
Okay, madam, we are waiting.
We could see her attaching mail and everything.
Yeah, please check your email. I have sent you.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, I already sent you this email. Could you please check?
See, now I have received. You have sent 3 PPTs. Now, which one? This one. Yes, madam, we have received your PPT. Yes, we have received your PPT. Now we'll share from here.
What is wrong?
Session 4 participants, still session 3 is going on. You be on wait. We'll start within 15-20 minutes. Madam, is the screen visible? Is your PPT visible? Yes, madam. You can start. You can start, madam.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I talk about my presentation title, The Effect of Biochar and Mineral Fertilizer on the Growth, Root Morphological Traits and Physiological Properties in Okra. And could you please next slide? Okay. Okay, now. Biochar is carbon-enriched biomaterial prepared through a process called fertilizers, biochar also benefit on reducing emission on sequestering of greenhouse gases and impacting soil quality. Many have reported application of biochar enhancing soil fertility, carbon sequestration, and bioenergy production. Biochar also application to soil increased crop production due to improvement of soil physiological and agrochemical properties. And biochar positive effect on the plant growers, yield, plant nutrient, and plant physiological properties. And also biochar and also nutrient management also helping to plant also this mixture both. Mineral fertilizer and biochar can help reducing chemical fertilizer and also improving this plant health. And the okra vegetable crop is also more nutritional and therapeutic properties owning and present various important bioactive compound and their association bioactivities. A little is information about the effect of biochar and mineral fertilizer on plant growth and physiological properties in okra. The present study was conducted to evaluate the perspective effect of biochar in mineral fertilizer application on okra plant growth, root morphological properties, and physiological traits and soil enzyme activities. The objectives of this study to study the effect of biochar and mineral fertilizer on plant growth in root morphological traits in okra, to analyze the impact of biochar and mineral fertilizer on physiological properties in okra, to investigate the impact of biochar and mineral fertilizer on agrochemical properties in soil enzyme activities. We also used our experiment okra plant. The experiment was carried out the randomized block design with 3 replication in a net house experiment. It's an Institute of Genetics and Plant Experimental Biology. And our experiment used and 6 treatments such as control, biochar 1%, and nitrogen 80, phosphorus potassium 50 kg per hectare, and nitrogen 120, phosphorus 75, potassium 75 kg per hectare, and treatment 5, nitrogen 8, phosphorus potassium 50 kg, and plus biochar, and 6 treatment, nitrogen 120, phosphorus potassium 75, and biochar treatment. Harvesting was performed after 4 months of sowing. Effect of biochar and mineral fertilizer on plant growth in okra was studied. When application biochar treatment significantly increased plant height and combined of biochar and mineral nutrients such as nitrogen 80, phosphorus 50, and potassium 50 kg per hectare, and plus biochar significantly increased plant height, also shoot root dry weight. More effective biochar and high nitrogen and high phosphorus, high potassium, and significantly increased plant height, shoot dry weight, also root dry weight. The effect of biochar and mineral fertilizer on the number of flowers, number of pod, and length of pod in okra was investigated, and compared to treatment more beneficial, and by a combined of biochar and low nitrogen, low phosphorus, and low potassium, and also biochar and plus high nitrogen, high phosphorus, high potassium significantly increased the number of flowers per plant, also number of pod per plant, also the length of pod per plant. The effect of biochar and mineral fertilizer on morphological traits in okra was studied. This biochar also significantly increased the total root length, the root projected area, the root surface area, also root volume and root diameter compared to control treatment. And also combined biochar and mineral fertilizer significantly increased and root morphological traits. And compared to all treatment, this 6 treatment most benefit significantly increased root total root length, root projected area, root surface area, the root volume and root diameter. The effect of biochar mineral fertilizer on physiological properties in okra was studied. Compared to all treatment, these 5 and 6 treatments significantly increased okra plant leaves chlorophyll content compared to control. We also studied the effect of biochar mineral fertilizer on relative water content in okra. Biochar and also mineral fertilizer significantly increased leaf relative water content. The effect of biochar and mineral fertilizer on agrochemical properties of soil. Biochar also significantly increased total phosphorus content and total potassium, total nitrogen, humus, also carbon. And mineral fertilizer also significantly increased total phosphorus, total potassium, total nitrogen, humus, and carbon. A combined of biochar and mineral fertilizer significantly increased total phosphorus, total potassium, total nitrogen, humus, and also carbon. The effect of biochar and mineral fertilizer on soil enzymatic activity in soil was investigated. Biochar treatment also significantly increased catalase activity, also invertase, urease, and phosphatase enzyme activity compared to control. Mineral fertilizer also significantly increased enzyme activity in soil. Combination of biochar and mineral fertilizer also significantly increased catalase activity, invertase, urease, and phosphatase enzyme activity. This is my conclusion. We're nauseous, something is happened. Combined of biochar and mineral fertilizer significantly increases the plant height, root, shoot, dry weight in okra plant compared to control. Dual application such as biochar and mineral fertilizer more effective in enhancing root morphological traits and chlorophyll content and relative water content compared to other treatment. Combination of biochar and nitrogen 120, phosphorus and potassium 75 per hectare kg application mostly increase the soil agrochemical properties such as total phosphor content and potassium, nitrogen, humus, active phosphorus and active potassium soil enzyme activities compared to control. This finding reveals the perspective in potential use okra combined with biochar and mineral fertilizer for the successful okra cultivation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, madam, for your nice talk. This plant that we see every day and the wonderful experiments that you have performed on them certainly show how sustainability can be carried forward in everyday life. So, in fact, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for attending the lectures that we had, interesting ones in this hall. And I request that the participants who are supposed to participate in further activities, please remain logged in and hope you continue enjoying the conference. Yes, sir.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
can you hear us? Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Ma'am, this is Badal speaking. Ma'am, we have a paper to present. Because of technical issues, we
Yes,
couldn't
yes,
able to.
yes. Yes, sir.
Hello,
We are starting
can
with
we
session
present?
4.
Hello.
Ha, ha.
Yes, wait. Let me start with it.
Hello.
Okay, okay.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay.
Ha.
Ma'am, session 4.
Yes, we are starting with. Thank you, Jabadava madam. The session 3 is over. Now we'll go for the session 4. So, welcome all the participants of session 4. The chairperson of the session 4 is Dr. Rajendra Paule. He is head of the department of Mumbai University Mathematics Department. He's recognized PhD guide, and he is also awarded Infosys Award and HBCSC Award for the International Mathematical Olympiad, which was held in 2015. So now I request Dr. Paule to chair the session.
Hello, all participants. So we will start this session. I will just call the name, and then participants should introduce themselves. Just tell their institute and on the topic which they will going to speak. Okay, each participants are given 10 minutes to present their topic. Okay, the first one is Dr. Sandhya Tambekar Vanjari.
Sure.
Yes, sir, I'm
Yeah,
here.
madam. Yeah.
You
So
can start.
you can start.
Yes.
Yeah, you can present your PPT. Yes, it's visible. You can start. Okay.
Yes, sir. Myself, Dr. Sandhya Tambekar Vanjari. I am the Assistant Professor in the Department of Microbiology, Dhodebandhu Science College, Gondia, Maharashtra. Here I am giving a presentation on the paper that is comparative analysis of alcohol-based homemade hand sanitizer and commercially available hand sanitizer. So, as we know, hands are the primary mode of transmission of microbes and infection. Hand hygiene is well known is one of the most significant activities essential for the reduction of transmission of infectious disease, particularly in the daily life. Hand hygiene generally refer to the different methods of elimination and killing the microorganisms which may present on hand by the either hand washing or sanitizing. So the alcohol-based hand sanitizer, which are most commonly used hand sanitizer, are often composed of alcohol, ethanol, and isopropanol, etc. So nowadays, the hand sanitation is most important part of the life to reduce the risk of catching infections and germs. Human skin is constantly covered with the microorganisms, both commensal and pathogens, depending on the topography of environmental factors. Microbial culture from the skin have frequently demonstrated bacteria such as the Enterococcus faecalis, Staphylococcus saprophyticus, Escherichia coli, etc. So, due to the rapid spread of coronavirus and other infectious diseases, some grocery stores and pharmacies may have limited supplies of alcohol-based hand sanitizer, and hence they cannot keep up with the demand for the hand sanitizer. So, this promote people to make hand sanitizer at home with easily available material at the home at a low cost. So, aim on objective of my paper that the formulation of the and efficiency of hand sanitizer and to create the awareness among the people regarding the hand sanitization and other infection control measures to prevent the nosocomial, comial and the cross infection among the people. So here's the material methods which are used for materials used for the preparation of homemade hand sanitizer. The 10 ml boiling water, distilled water plus 70 ml isopropyl alcohol, 5 ml hydrogen peroxide, 5 ml glycerin, 5 ml aloe vera gels, aloe vera gel, 10 ml neem extract, 1 to 2 drops of essential oil, and they are transferred to the spray bottle. It is easily available materials at the home.
and this is home sanitizer which are made. So we prepare the better sanitizer better way. So in methodology for this preparation, they inoculate the microbial cultures of 7 different microbes on the neutron broth tubes, incubate the tubes at 24 hours at 37 degrees centigrade, and sprayed only the 0.1 ml of microbial culture from the tube and prepare the lawn. Here the hand sanitizer, commercially available hand sanitizer which are used for this project. So form the wells using the well cutter, and one well of the for the homemade hand sanitizer and other for the commercial level hand sanitizer. So add 100 microliter sanitizer in each well of the different commercially available hand sanitizer along with the homemade sanitizer, and incubate all the tubes or the plates at 24 hours at 37 degrees centigrade, and then observe for the zone of inhibition. So result and discussion for this project, that is enterophicalis for the enterophicalis. The here shows the homemade hand sanitizer shows the maximum zone of inhibition, that is 20 mm as compared to the commercial available hand sanitizer. Secondly, Staphylococcus saprophyticus, here also shows the 30 mm of zone of inhibition as compared to the other sanitizer, that is a Maxisop hand sanitizer. Then it is going to test with the Streptococcus pyogenes. Then again, homemade hand sanitizer shows the maximum growth zone of inhibition, that is 70 mm. Later on, Escherichia coli is tested with this sanitizer. The homemade sanitizer shows the 16 mm of the zone of inhibition. There the place demonstrated zone of inhibition. So again, Klebsiella aeruginosa, here the most 20 mm of the zone of inhibition shown by the homemade sanitizers. During the Staphylococcus aureus test is the maximum, that is 90 mm of the zone of inhibition shown by the homemade hand sanitizers. During this test with the Klebsiella species, there shows the 14, that is less than the commercial available hand sanitizer maxis of hand sanitizer. So the present study shows the better understanding of the status of alcohol-based hand sanitizer than the have been sold distributed in the community. So this hand sanitizers list of the hand sanitizers which are used for the comparative analysis with this homemade hand sanitizers. Then later on, this is performed with the colony forming unit, that is a load of before hand washing and after hand washing with the different types of sanitizers and the homemade hand sanitizer. The homemade hand sanitizer shows the maximum reduction in the microbial flora of the hand. So here is the plates which are shows the reduction in the microflora of the plates, microflora of the hand. Sorry. So conclusion of my story. Research that the formulation and antimicrobial efficiency of homemade hand sanitizer and 12 different commercial available hand sanitizers shows the best practice for the hand hygiene. Even though alcohol-based hand sanitizers are very easy to prepare at low cost compared to the commercial available hand sanitizer. So homemade hand sanitizer shows maximum reduction of microorganisms as compared to the others. So therefore, awareness should be created among the people about the properly sanitization of their hand after coming contact with the contaminated area and contaminated sources. So here is the recommendation for some people. So government and health institutions are encouraged to produce standard and low cost hand sanitizer in the view of fight against the pathogenic pandemic situation and other infectious diseases. Appropriate hand washing practice using soap and water is also effective in situation where the alcohol based hand sanitizer is not affordable or accessible. So select standard alcohol based hand sanitizer with recommended concentration of ethanol is also always appreciable. Gloves may be our friend as well. In some situation, they are substitute for the hand washing. For alcohol-based hand sanitizer, the Food and Drug Administration recommend a concentration of 60 to 95% ethanol or isopropanol, and at those concentration, alcohol immediately denatures protein and effectively kills the coronavirus and other pathogenic bacteria. So here is my references. This is the hand hygiene practices. Some methods are given for the hand hygiene practices which are responsible, which are eradicate all the infection disease from the our people. So here is my all about my research paper. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Sandhya.
Yes.
Yeah, a question to you is, what is the cost like? Is it a cost effective?
Yes, sir. It is cost effective. Near about 5 to 6 rupees are less for the less required for the homemade hand sanitizer. Commercial hand sanitizer, that is 100 ml of bottle, is near about 60 to 70 rupees. But handmade hand sanitizer is made with the 55 to 60 rupees, 50 to 55 rupees only.
Yeah, so that is your net costing.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. जो भी material we are using for this material, that is total cost is 50 to 55.
But then when it will go in the market, you have to pay the other people also, na?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So how the costing is less then?
Um, so I'm not technically going to the marketing place, ma'am.
No, you are not going, but whoever is selling your product,
Yeah.
even they will keep their margin, na? That also has to be considered.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes, isn't it? So your cost will go higher because the production cost is only 55 rupees, right?
Yes.
Per
Yes.
bottle.
Yes. Yeah.
Then again, the distributor will take some share. Then there's a big chain till the
Yeah.
retailer, till it goes in the market to the local people, the buyers, isn't it?
Yes,
Then,
ma'am.
okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
ma'am.
you,
Thank you.
Sandhya. So the next speaker is Badal Kudachi.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just present your PPT and
Yes,
start
sir.
your presentation. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
मुझे पूछने कुछ
ये पहले से ही आया
My
4
screen visible, sir? Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes,
yes.
yes, your
Okay, sir.
presentation is visible.
Okay, good evening, one and all. Uh, Today, my project topic is experimental studies of various properties of nano-enhanced phase-changing materials. This is an overview of my presentation, introduction, literature review, and so on. Problem definition, scope of the project, selection of the components, testing of samples prepared, then zeta potential test, experimental values of the properties, at the end result and conclusion, and at the last references. So the introduction, phase changing material has gained attention for years as a suitable medium of thermal energy storage system. Thermal phase changing materials are the materials which store thermal energy and release it by changing its phase. Phase changing material has some drawbacks such as low thermal conductivity. So by adding some nanoparticles in it, we can increase the thermal conductivity of phase changing material. So in this project, our main motto is to increase the thermal conductivity and other thermal properties of the phase changing material. So these all are the literature review which I have referred for our presentation. So the conclusion of all the literature reviews are as follows: that we have found various methods for mixing of two phase-changing material and nanoparticles, out of which we found two-step method was most widely used for mixing the nanofluids. We will be using ultrasonication for dispersion of nanoparticles in PCM because ultrasonication is most economical and efficient. As mass fraction of nanographene increases in PCM, the thermal conductivity of PCM increases, but at the same time the latent heat decreases. So we need to add a nanoparticle in efficient quantity so that his thermal conductivity increases, but latent heat should not decrease more than the certain limit. So all this literature we found that thermal conductivity, latent heat, specific heat, and the other properties of phase changing material was determined using differential scanning calorimetry. Viscosity of nano-enhanced PCM was also measured using U2 viscometer. The problem definition. Why we are choosing this topic as a project? So there are many renewable energy available in our surrounding, but they are not efficiently stored. So most major part of the energy was wasted. So it can be stored efficiently by using phase changing material, so that it can be released and can be used wherever it is required. So the main drawback, as I told, the thermal conductivity of PCM, it is low, so we will be introducing nanoparticle to increase it. Next. So scope of our project, we will be selecting phase changing material that will be OM50 and nanoparticle that will be graphene. We will be study the properties of OM50 and graphene respectively, and we will be mixing them in different proportion, that is 3, 3.5 and 4 volume fraction, so that we can understand the different which one of them is more efficient to use. By using ultrasonication, we will be mixing it. Further, we will be checking the stability of nano enhanced PCM by using zeta potential test, and then we will be conducting the test for determining the thermal conductivity, specific heat, latent heat, using differential scanning calorimetry, and viscosity by using U2 viscometer. At the end, we will be compare the theoretical values and the experimental values of all the three different proportions. So selection of component, in which OM50 we are selecting uh, PCM, we are selecting OM50. So the reason is that it is an organic mixture of fatty acids. It has high latent heat, so that while adding the nanoparticle, its latent heat will decrease, so it will not go under certain limit. It is non-corrosive. The only thing, the disadvantage drawback is that it has low thermal conductivity. Another, the nanoparticle which we are selecting is graphene, because it has high surface area. It is more conductive to electrical as well as heat. And the simple thing, the disadvantage is it is very costly. So preparation of samples. Firstly, we will be using ultrasonic. We will be using two-step method. In first step, the nanoparticle is prepared as a dry powder by some physical or chemical processes. Means the nanoparticle graphene will be will take in a powder form. Nextly, we will disperse that powder in the PCM, where the PCM OM50 will act as a base fluid. Then dispersion of nanoparticle is needed because the agglomerates were formed in the mixture. So that to disperse them, we will be using ultrasonication. There were many methods, but ultrasonication was found to be more appropriate. So firstly, we will be using magnetic stirrer to prepare the sample, and then ultrasonication respectively. This was the magnetic stirrer process, where we have mixed the ultrasonication, where we have mixed the OM50 and nanoparticle. So ultrasonication is basically a ultrasound which is passed through the sample, where high pressure cycle and low pressure cycle hits the agglomerates, which break down the agglomerates, and proper mixing of nanoparticle in PCM was occurred. So this was the ultrasonication which we have performed. So finally, before our sample was like this in powder form, and here PCM was in a little steady form. Then we finally got the sample afterwards like this. On this sample, we have like this. We have made three samples: 3%, 3.5%, and 4% volume fraction. So zeta potential test. This test will be used to check the stability of all the three components. This in this test, after it will get the result, and if the results are between -30 to +30, then it is the sample will be considered as non-stable. But if it is greater than +30 and less than -30, it will be considered as stable. So these were the result we have found after the zeta potential test. For 4% volume fraction, we have found -42.42, and respectively all of them. So in this, if you see, we are getting -48.43 for 3% volume fraction. So in this case, we can conclude that sample C was more stable. Thermal conductivity will be measured using differential scanning calorimetry. Differential scanning calorimetry is nothing but a thermal analytical device which is used for determining the thermal conductivity, not directly the thermal conductivity, but it will give us certain parameters which will help us to calculate thermal conductivity. So this was the the cell of the differential scanning calorimetry. So this was, I was talking about the parameters. Sorry, the slope of differential power will be used for calculating the thermal conductivity of a sample. So for measuring the latent heat, again the DSC will give us the chart, the graphs, which will be used for calculating the further calculations. This is the viscosity, which will be using U2 viscometer for measurement of viscosity. These are the theoretical calculations of the property. For nano enhanced phase changing material, we have calculated thermal conductivity by using these formulas.
Badal, your time is over. Hello, Badal.
Badal,
Yes,
Mr. Badal, can you hear me?
yes,
Please,
yes,
please conclude.
yes, ma'am. About to conclude, ma'am. This all these are the theoretical calculation which we have performed, and this is the data potential test which I already showed you. This is the comparison between the theoretical and the experimental which we have performed. For for latent heat, the theoretical values we found is like this, and experimental values was little bit closer, not too far. So means we have achieved most of the accuracy here. So the main conclusion was the three sample was prepared with different proportion 3, 3.5, and 4, and data potential test of perform stability was checked, out of which C was the most stable, and the different properties of thermal conductivity, viscosity, and latent heat were also studied and calculated. These are the references which I have referred.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Badal, please tell me whatever you have prepared, that can be used as what? What is the application of your product?
Application that can be used in a thermal storage system, ma'am. When we look for energy storage, especially when it comes to solar thermal energy storage, so there we are lacking because most of the PCM materials are lacking with the thermal conductivity. So we could add these nanoparticles and we could use that as one of the tool to increase the efficiency, storage efficiency, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that the disadvantage is it is very expensive. So
Yes, ma'am.
can you, what is the reason? What are you using that is so expensive?
Ma'am, expensive in the sense the nanoparticles, the cost of nanoparticles is very expensive, especially when it comes to a graphene, which is having a high thermal conductivity compared to other nanoparticles. Only when we could look for a cost wise, especially the cost of the nanoparticles, that is a bit expensive. And again, this formation of this technology requires some tedious process.
Yeah,
So
because it
that,
should come down, then only it can be applicable. No?
yeah, definitely, ma'am. Yes,
So
yes,
cost should come down. Okay, Badal,
yes.
thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So our next presenter is Sanket Shankar Gudekar.
Hello, am I audible?
Sanket is there? Yeah.
Am I audible?
Start your presentation, Sanket.
Yeah.
Sanket, start your
Yeah,
presentation.
yeah. My screen is visible. Hello. Hello.
Yes. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah. Good evening. I'm Dr. Sanket Gudekar from Mukesh Patel School of Technology Management and Engineering, BSH department. My topic of this presentation is hydrophilic nanosilica, SLS HNS promoted synthesis of N-alkylated aniline derivatives. Basically, the content for my presentation will be background, experimental results and discussion, conclusion and references. So I'm going to start with the background first. In the pharmaceutical and agrochemical world, an impurity is considered as another organic material beside the main substance or ingredients that arise out of synthesis or unwanted chemicals that remains with APIs or AIs. The impurity may be developed either during formulation or upon aging of both APIs or AI. And formulated APIs and AIs in medicines as well as in the agrochemical product. So extraction of an impurity in its purest form is a cumbersome process, and it's also time consuming, and it requires high end chromatographic techniques for purification. It will as costly as well as very small amount of these are formed during the manufacturing of process. So providing an alternative for developing toxicological data and economical in a less time. Basically, we have prepared or we have synthesized these three impurities. That is, first is N26-triethylaniline, another is 2-chloro N26-diethylphenyl N-ethyl acetamide, and the last one is N26-triethyl N-propoxyethyl aniline. So these are the impurities which are the part of the pretylachlor or butylachlor or allylachlor respectively, because these are having basically a common intermediate starting with N-ethyl aniline, N-ethyl, the 2,6-diethylaniline. The thing is that they are formed during the starting materials or parallel side reactions taking place according to the total synthesis of AI or formed by on their stage. So what the motive behind this is the N-alkylation, because the Major drawbacks of direct N alkylation is a longer reaction time, lower yield of the desired product, and the formation of mixture of higher order secondary, tertiary, quaternary amines due to enhanced nucleophilicity of these amines than their primary counterparts. Major drawbacks of N-alkylation of alkyl halides using various catalysts are strong basic conditions and or long reaction time, as well as use of volatile organic solvents that are environmentally hazards. So last few decades, major focus of the synthetic researchers is on greener routes to make organic processes sustainable. Very few instances are found for N-alkylation of amine using transition metal free reactions in aqueous medium employing less basic conditions. Micro irradiated N-alkylation of amine is demonstrated in aqueous NaOH. Though the reaction is an attractive alternative, it lacks of industrial viability and strong basic conditions, promotes the amine quaternization and hydrolysis of organic halides. Direct alkylation of primary amines using sodium bicarbonate, water, and sodium lauryl sulfate to prepare various substitute amines has been reported earlier. Though it is reported, a lot of foaming occurs due to the SLS, and the reaction protocol is it looks an option or attractive option, but because of the foaming formation, the scalability is there's a question on the scalability. What we have performed in our reactions that we followed the same process of SLS and the basic base is sodium carbonate. But we have incorporated hydrophilic nanosilica. So we prepared a proper mixture over there and we carried out the reaction at 80 degrees centigrade in aqueous phase. And the various bases we have screened for this: sodium bicarbonate, sodium hydroxide, sodium carbonate, and sodium hydroxide in the various ratio also. So what we get, we have the results at sodium carbonates at around 11.4 pH, and the conversion is around 48%. The selectivity at 60%. We also studied the selection of base and surfactant. We have tried for sodium carbonate and SLS, but the selectivity is low as compared to sodium carbonate and SLS. We have tried various anti-foaming agents and HNS because of the SLS, the foaming is very high. We carried out very few experiments over there, and where we found that SLS HNS gives a good conversion. The selectivity is 73%, and the time required for the reaction is 4 hours. Also, we have studied the SLS HNS catalyst concentration, various concentration we tried. So 0.0017 mole gives the proper results with a 4 hours and 75% selectivity. Heterogeneous catalyst preparation is in an effort to lessen the foaming caused by the reactions, reduce surface activity of SLS. We considered making SLS into heterogeneous catalyst by absorbing it into a surface of HNS. Foaming was significantly reduced. What we found that foaming was significantly reduced when SLS HNS was utilized in the process, enhanced yield and the product quality, and decreased reaction time to achieve desired conversion of selectivity to 4 hours. It is the selectivity of the product continued to drop because of rival hydrolysis reaction and aniline quaternization. This is the plausible mechanism for the what is the reaction happening in the aqueous phase and as well as organic phase, because it acts like a phase transfer catalyst. So optimized study of direct N-alkylation of substituted aniline using composite catalyst of HNS SNS salt supported in aqueous sodium carbonate medium. Reaction takes place at the interface. On the surface of the HNS SLS, it's absorbed. Tail of SLS, which consists of SO3 Na group with ion pair of electron on oxygen atom. Ethyl group from ethyl iodide attaches to the oxygen of sulfate ion, SO3 minus ion group, and sodium iodide is formed, which is passed into the aqueous medium. So in the next step, amino reactant, which acts as a nucleophile, attacks the SO3 CH2 chain of SLS to form a final product. So final product is detached from the HNS SLS surface and passes into the organic phase, generating back HNS SLS surface for the next catalytic cycle. Okay. So we studied the amount of sodium carbonate in the composite catalyst HNS SLS Na2CO3. So what we observed that,
Sanket,
yes.
I have just one question that you said somewhere that it is financially feasible and all that slide. So where you
Yeah.
have tested all these things? There was a slide there, you three things you said. Technically, financially feasible.
This one.
So where you tested, how you can say that it's a
So
financially
earlier,
feasible?
see, whenever sir in market these impurities for all means like various agrochemicals, if they are preparing this like this uh, butylachlor, allachlor, and pretylachlor, they are having the impurities over there. So costing is very high. What we have prepared, the costing is very less.
Yeah, but what about quality?
So these are the impurities. Quality, yes, quality we have the results over there. We have the NMR. These are the NMR for this N26 triethylaniline. This is for N2
I
chloro
think we
N26
can take one
diphenyl.
presentation here.
Hello, hello. We have synthesized it and purified by column chromatography. Because although it is giving a good yield in the form, but there are the chances of forming other impurities like quaternization is also going to take place. Also, tertiary amine is having forming over there. But although the selectivity is very high with this study, and
Yeah.
we followed we did other parameters studied for effect of agitation, effect of temperature, and recyclability of catalyst. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Earlier the
Sanket,
yes.
yeah, because there is a time constraint. It is better you conclude.
Oh, sorry, sir. Uh, scale up of the study we did at around 500 grams. So we got the highest yield around isolated yield around 51.8%. Similarly, we did the study for other derivatives also. So we have a good results over there. So what we then I want to conclude the direct alkylation of 2,6-diethylaniline and its derivatives with ethyl iodide is carried out in the presence of heterogeneous composite catalyst using water as a solvent to produce secondary tertiary amines safely and conveniently. Outcome of each parameter was studied and it is found that the process is advantageous due to mild reaction conditions, use of safer chemicals, improved yield, commercial viability, and suppression of quaternary ammonium salt formation. Overall, the process is environmentally benign as we are carrying out this reaction in aqueous medium, technically and economically feasible for commercialization of impurity synthesis also. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
These
Thank
are
you,
the
Sanket.
references. Sorry, these are the references I have used. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sanket. Yeah.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is Jivan Jyoti. She's present there.
Yes, sir, I'm present, sir.
Can you present your PPT? You can start your presentation.
Okay, sir.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Sir, is my screen visible, sir?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So I'm Dr. Jeevan Jyoti, Associate Professor from Department of Chemistry, RBVR Women's College, Hyderabad. Today's presentation is based on we have conducted the kinetic studies on the growth of oxide films by taking two valve metals, that is zircaloy 4 and niobium, and the electrolyte we have chosen is 0.1 m sodium methoxide, and we have conducted the kinetic variation when there is a change in temperature as well as by addition of small amounts of the added anions. So coming to the introduction, anodization is an electrochemical oxidation of a metal or an alloy when it is dissolved in a suitable solvent which is able to give an oxidizing anion. So particularly in my current paper, I have taken this sodium methoxide, which is going to give the oxidizing anions. So here the oxide film is formed either by inward or outward migration of the ions, especially in some cases it will be metal cation which is migrating. In some cases it will be metal anion, which is purely depending on the type of the metal and the electrolyte which we choose. Now, the applications of these anodic oxide films are, they are used in capacitors, diodes, electrical, electronic devices, insulators, and also they are used as a base for selective electroplating, painting, and decorative purposes. Now, coming to my experimental and materials, the metals which I have taken are zircaloy 4 and niobium, and the thickness is 0.1 mm, and this is a figure of the metal which we have chosen, and we have used this polishing mixture for zircaloy 4 and niobium polishing, and current density is 8 milliamps. Range of temperatures when we conducted the variation of temperature studies is from 273 Kelvin to 333 Kelvin, and the anions which are chosen are very low concentrations of potassium fluoride, chloride, bromide, and iodide. And we also conducted surface morphological studies by comparing the SEM images at room temperature as well as at high temperature. So this is a circuit diagram where we have taken this for conducting our experiment. And these are the cell reactions. At anode, the metal is undergoing oxidation to form metal oxide. And the growth of the kinetics are mainly depending upon the variation of various conditions like current density, temperature, anions, etc. So in the current paper, we have taken temperature as well as anions. So we have calculated the formation rate, current efficiency, as well as formation voltage per unit thickness. So when we took the kinetics, when we varied the temperatures, so we got the plots, and from the plots, like for example, formation voltage versus time and reciprocal versus reciprocal capacitance versus time, we got these results. As the temperature is increasing, the kinetics were falling down, and even the current efficiency as well as the differential voltage and breakdown voltage. So this table is explaining about the zircaloy 4 condition, and this is about the niobium, and the results are explained here. As we increase the temperature, the kinetic results are falling down. And we have taken the scanned electron micrographs also. So this scanned electron micrograph on the left side is smooth, which is taken at room temperature condition, and at high temperature there is dissolution of the film has been taken place, and the appearance of the film is also rough and non-uniform. And the reasons for this is, like, as we increase the temperature, the kinetic results were decreasing. That is mainly explained that because of decrease in the incorporation of the anions into the anodic film, and also there was increase in the dissolution rate of the oxide film. So that is the reason, as we increase the temperature, the kinetics were decreasing. So claiming that low temperatures are the ideal conditions for the oxide film formation on zircaloy 4 and niobium. And also we conducted another parameter, that is by adding 0.001 m solutions of different halides. So we took fluoride, chloride, bromide, and iodide. So surprisingly, in zircaloy 4, we got only interesting results with fluoride ions, and with chloride, bromide, and iodide, there was pitting. And in niobium, we could get some interesting results with fluoride ions and also iodide. Pitting was observed for bromide and iodide. So based on these, we have plotted the graphs, and we have got the kinetic results. So with the addition of millimole 0.001 m Kf solution, the kinetics were improved. And this is the table which is explained for zircaloy 4, and this is the table for niobium. So the reason is in zircaloy 4 there are impurities. Might be that is the reason the improvement of the zircaloy 4 results are very less compared to niobium. So in niobium, the kinetics improved with addition of these halide ions, and especially in fluoride, because of the small size and high polarizability and solubility, the results were improved. And compared to zircaloy 4, niobium was not having any impurities. Because of that reason, the kinetics were better in niobium compared to zircaloy 4. So these are the references. Thank you, sir.
I have just one question, Jeevan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Whatever the research you have done, it has any applications, or it is just a theoretical?
Sir, actually, we have not studied the applications, but these oxide films were having a lot of applications in electrical and electronic devices. They are used as diodes. They are used in semiconductors. Application part I have not studied, sir. Only the film formation and kinetic parameters I could study.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. The next one is the next one is Ekta Pannalal Asiwal.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes. Yeah. Your PPT, I can't see your PPT.
Yes, sir. I'll
Is there any
Sir,
problem in sharing?
sir, is my
Yeah,
PPT visible?
yeah, no, I can't see your PPT. See, go to that share button and the
Yes, sir.
bottom you have a, yeah, share, and then uh, yeah, you just click on share, then again you will get share screen, that also you have to click,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and then you yeah, now I think you can, I think we
Sir, is
yeah,
my PPT visible now?
yeah, we can see, I think we can see your this thing,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
You
okay, sir.
just
So shall I
make a
start now?
yeah, make a full
Okay.
screen
Yes, sir. Yes,
presentation
sir. Yes,
so that
sir. Sir, shall I start now? Hello?
yeah, you can start, yeah, you can start.
Yes. Okay, sir. Good evening, one and all. Myself, Ekta Ashival, research scholar working under the guidance of Dr. Suresh D. Pawar. And my topic for today's oral presentation is facile synthesis of novel luminous nickel MOF for the selective and rapid sensing of Fe2 plus and Fe3 plus ions. So what is MOF? MOF, it is a metal organic framework. It is three-dimensionally organized organic inorganic hybrid porous material with hybrid porous material. So, uh, so because of its porous structure, huge surface area, and strong metal to ligand interaction, it is mostly used. It is widely used in many sectors. And by tuning and optimizing the host guest chemistry for MOFs is an interesting and practical idea for improving the efficiency and efficiency of MOF in different applications such as semiconductivity, drug delivery, dye degradation, storage, sensors, biomedicine, etc. In today's session, I'm going to discuss MOF in sensor application. So these are some of the linkers which were commonly used to synthesize MOF. Here we can see the various functional groups such as carboxylate, nitrile, amine, thiols, etc. In our study, I have used anhydride core linker with ether functional group to yield semi-rigid V-shaped linker, as we can see in the synthetic scheme. Then the linker was treated with nickel nitrate in DMF solvent to yield nickel MOF. Then after synthesizing the MOF, we characterize it by various spectroscopic technique. Like the formation of the linker was uh, confirmed by mass spectra and NMR spectra, and the functional group in the MOF and linker was studied by FTIR spectra, and XRD pattern reveals that MOF is crystalline in nature. And the thermal stability of the MOF was studied using TG analysis, where we can see that the MOF disintegrates after 400 degrees centigrade. And BT analysis was used to study nitrogen adsorption isotherm, where we got pore size, pore volume, and surface area. And the morphology of the MOF was studied by using FESEM, where we can see the MOF has irregular platelet structure, and the elemental composition and purity of the sample was studied using EDEX spectrum. Then X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy (XPS) was used to dig deeper into the components of the MOF, where in figure A we can see the characteristic peaks of nickel, oxygen 1s, nitrogen 1s, and carbon 1s. And in figure B, two significant peaks for nickel 2p half and nickel 2p 3 by 2 could be seen with spin energy separation of 17.91 electron volt, which confirms that nickel is present in +2 oxidation state. And then in figure C, D, and E, we can see carbon 1s, nitrogen 1s, and oxygen 1s characteristic peaks. Then after synthesizing and characterizing MOF, we perform the metal ion sensing, where we where where uh, where we perform the metal ion sensing. As one may know, Fe2 plus is necessary for oxygen transport and photosynthesis, both of which are regulated by oxidases and reductases. Fe3 plus on either arm is harmful because of its persistent binding to oxygen. But a certain amount of Fe3 plus is required to stimulate muscle and hemoglobin production. An overabundance or lack of Fe3 plus can cause diseases such as Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, Huntington's, anemia, cirrhosis of the liver, and familiar hematochromatosis. Unfortunately, due to their molecular resemblance, it is distinguished it is difficult to distinguish them accurately. As a result, precise detection of Fe3 plus is crucial in presence of Fe2 plus. So, in detecting all this, various traditional data analysis techniques such as Mossberg spectroscopy, X-ray absorption spectroscopy, magnetic measurement, liquid chromatography were used, which are very sophisticated approaches. In our case, we have used spectrophotometric study, which is simple, inexpensive, and user-friendly. So in UV visible spectra, we can see the nickel MOF and nickel MOF with different metal ions, where we observed the intraligand pi-to-pi electronic transition. Then in fluorescence spectra, we can see excitation. By exciting at 370 nanometer, the emission peak at 430 nanometer was observed. And we found the quenching efficiency for Fe2 plus as 54% and for Fe3 plus it is 98%, and which was calculated by using the given formula. As per the observation, we found that nickel MOF can detect iron-iron using fluorescence turn-off mechanism. Then we found the limit of detection, different concentration of analytes from 0 to 1000 micromolar, and we found the LOD to be 25.03 micromolar for Fe2 plus. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes.
And for Fe3 plus, it is 15.44 micromolar. And that was calculated by using the formula 3 sigma by K, where sigma is the standard deviation obtained from 10 different blank solution and K is the slope. This is the comparative table in terms of limit of detection, which seems to be better as compared to the previously reported work. Then we did interference study where we can see the quenching is not hampered by the addition of other metal ions. This demonstrates that nickel MOF is selective towards Fe2 plus and Fe3 plus ions. Then we studied the time drive study for nickel MOF, Fe2 and Fe3 plus ion. This figure shows that quenching of nickel MOF quenched rapidly in presence of Fe3 plus ion.
Ekta, will you conclude,
Hello?
Ekta? I mean, will you conclude
Okay,
your
sir.
presentation?
Okay, sir. This allows us for rapid distinction of Fe2 plus and Fe3 plus ions. Sir, finally, we studied the recyclability study where after 4 sensor recovery cycle for Fe2 plus and 3 sensor recovery cycle for Fe3 plus, the intensity is slightly reduced. So finally, in the mechanism part, we found that there is a host-guest interaction where during the interaction process, electrons of ligand transfer from the donor to the acceptor, thereby leading to the fluorescence quenching. And finally, in the conclusion, semi-rigid V-shaped carboxylate linker with ether linkage, we facilely synthesized nickel MOF with LOD 25.03 micromolar and 15.44 micromolar for Fe2 and Fe3 plus ions. And simple spectrophotometric technique proved to be a selective detection and distinction of Fe2 plus and Fe3 plus ions, making luminescent MOF one of the most worthiest prospects for commercial applications. And our synthesized nickel MOF showed promise for future application
Ekta,
due to its quick. Yes, sir.
yeah. I think you have a good presentation. Just one quick question. Yeah,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
does this is just a theoretical study or also you have studied some practical uses of
Sir,
your
this
work?
sir practical application. Practically, we did.
No, but have you studied or it is just like those practicals or practical applications are there, but have you studied really?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have studied through this spectrophotometric study we did here, and we have synthesized this. Uh, we have
No, I mean,
synthesized this in our lab.
where this can be used? I mean, or
Sir, in the water treatment, sir. Sir, in the water treatment.
But if practically you studied the this system in water treatment?
So, ma'am, actually, our purpose for this to synthesize to morph using a new linker, and then our then sir, we have synthesized a new linker to synthesize a morph, And then we have studied the application part of it in the sensor, and we will study that.
So the practical
Hello?
application has not yet been studied, but the characteristic of your particle
Sir,
was.
yes, sir. Our sample is selective for Fe2 plus and Fe3 plus ions.
Okay.
Yeah, I think thank you
Sir,
very
these
much.
are some of
Yes,
Thank you very
Sir,
much,
these are
Ekta.
some
Yeah.
of the references which I have referred. And finally, I would like to acknowledge ICS 2022 for giving me the opportunity to present my work jury of this session, my research supervisor and our collaborator, Department of Chemistry, University of Mumbai, my colleagues, loving and my family.
Okay,
Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you, Ekta. Thank you, Ekta.
Yeah,
Now
thank you.
the last.
Next one. Yeah, the last one. Uh, G.S. Reddy.
GS Reddy, is she around?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am,
Yeah.
am I audible?
Yes, you
Yes.
are audible. Please start. You have to hurry up because other session is going to start and we are running short of time.
Okay, ma'am.
Yep.
Start your presentation.
Ma'am, is my screen visible, ma'am?
No,
No,
not
no,
yet.
not yet. Yeah, press that share button and then again share button. Yeah. You may see that share button at the bottom of your screen.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sharing. Ma'am, my screen visible now?
No. Can you see the share button down near setting?
Yes, ma'am.
So open that share button, click that share button. You will find share screen. So click that share screen. Then you will find share screen again. Then you will find entire screen. Don't click that. Share the next click, that is window.
Okay, ma'am.
Click that window so you will find your presentation there. If it is open on your desktop.
Ma'am, now?
Click it and start. No.
Ma'am, now it's visible, ma'am.
Yes, now it is visible.
Okay, ma'am, thank you.
Make it full screen and start.
Okay. Good evening, one and all. Myself, Samyukta, pursuing MSc second year Organic Chemistry, RBVRR Women's College, Hyderabad. My oral presentation topic is molecular docking of allergic acid drug with Mycobacterium tuberculosis enoyl ACP reductase. ACP reductase is an enzyme. It is an enzyme which is useful for the synthesis of cell walls of mycobacteria. Hence, this is a target molecule, and the allergic acid drug will be going to bind the target molecule and will stop the synthesis of the cell wall of mycobacterium. Now we'll see the basic introduction of the tuberculosis. It is a potentially infectious disease that it mainly affects the lungs. These bacteria will causes the tuberculosis which will spread from person to person through tiny droplets via cough or
Yes,
sneeze.
Reddy, Miss Reddy,
Ma'am,
please don't go for the introduction. Start with your result or material method.
okay, ma'am. The main object of my current work is molecular
The only
introduction of.
first slide is visible.
Go to the next slide. Click to the next slide on the left hand side.
Yes, ma'am. I'm clicking. It's coming from.
Only
Slide पे click
first
करना है.
slide is visible. You have to go down. Yes, now perfect.
Yeah.
The main objective of my current work is the molecular interaction of allergic acid derivatives with essential tuberculosis target. Proved that it is useful for the design and the development of future anti-tuberculosis disease. In this, I have considered 10 derivatives of allergic acid drug for docking analysis. By comparing all the 10 derivatives of their binding energies of the ligand with the protein complex by using the Autodoc software 4.2.6 version. As we all know, the drug discovery takes many years for the developing the new drug, and uh, by it will takes more time and more cost. By avoiding this wet lab experiments, by using the computer modeling, we can design the binding binding by using the docking. Docking can be performed via screening. It was purposed by the structural hypothesis how the ligand inhibits the target. Autodoc is a molecular modeling software. It is essential for the protein ligand docking. And autogrid is a active site of the protein molecule. By the three-dimensional structure, we can the Autodoc software will itself give the active site by the positive sign. So we'll get to know the which is the active site of the protein. This is the molecular docking chart. Firstly, we have to select the target molecule, which is my enoyl ACP reductase, and the ligand molecule is an allergic acid. And by using the software, Autodoc software, we can prepare the protein molecule, and by the pymol ligand molecule, we can prepare. And then grid preparation, by knowing the active site of the target molecule, the allergic acid will be binds to the target molecule, then docking will be takes place. And the result, comparing the binding energies, we can see the overall result of the binding molecule of the protein. And here the enoyl ACP reductase is a protein. It is also known as INHA, and it is useful in the fatty acid synthesis, which is a chain fatty acyl substrate for the purpose of synthesis of mycolic acid, which is a major component of mycobacterial cell wall. And this is a total information of the protein molecule, and it is a crystalline structure of the protein, and it is having organism mycobacterium, and the details mutation is 0. It has sequence length 268. And the selecting the ligand, selection of the ligand is it is an allergic acid, is an anti-carcinogenic and antioxidant property. Because of it is antioxidant, it can be used in the food additives. By experimenting on animals, it is showed the protective action against the liver toxicity. It is naturally occurring compound in plants as well as in the vegetables, which include strawberries, and in fruits like pomegranates. Experimentally and on animals pointed out that several health benefits and non-toxic nature even at high concentrations. Therefore, allergic acid may be used in the combination with isoniazid and rifampicin, which is the first line drugs for the tuberculosis, which prevents the liver damages. And this is my ligand structure, having the molecular weight 3.2.19 and molecular formula C14H6O8. And next, here is an allergic acid, and this is the allergic acid ligand is docked into the active site of the protein. And here the inhibitor molecule is shown in ball and stick model, and the hydrogen bonds are shown in dotted lines, broken dotted lines, and the active site residues are shown in stick model. And the next, these are the 10 derivatives of allergic acid derivatives. By calculating all the binding energies of these 10 derivatives, I have seen that seventh, having the minus 10.17 is the highest binding affinity. This means this derivative which shows the highest binding affinity, and it shows more potent inhibitor against the enzyme which have chosen. And the conclusion is, as we know, this is a serious infection disease which leads to many deaths in the recent days, which affects mainly on the pulmonary tuberculosis. And the drug allergic acid is naturally occurring without any side effects. Hence, it is necessary to invent the new drug for the tuberculosis. And by using the molecular docking method, by using the softwares, we can know the active site and which is showing the more affinity without trialing on direct physical methods. We can use the softwares and find out the best medicine drugs.
Yeah, yeah. So your
Thank
over,
you, sir.
yeah. So Reddy, yeah,
Thank
GS
you for the
Reddy. Yeah.
opportunity. So
Does your
Samyukta sir.
work, yeah, does your work is supported by some external agency? I mean, no? I mean, I don't know.
Next, sir.
Yeah. Do you hear? Do you hear GS Reddy?
Yes,
Hello.
yes, sir.
Can you hear him? Yeah, he is asking something.
Yeah, I'm asking whether
So,
your research is supported by financially supported by some external agency?
Like, sir, we are done this like project. It was from Q Static department company. They have approved this. Like, it is showing that
But
good
this type
binding
of
affinity
yeah,
towards
this
allergic
type of
acid.
development always require lots of uh, I mean, yeah, the lots of experiments and testings. So where you will do all
Yes,
those
sir.
physical
This is,
actual testing?
yes, sir. After comparing this active site and the highest binding affinity, we can go with a particular derivative, no, sir.
Okay, so you have not done boiled egg model. You have not studied that with your sample.
No, ma'am.
Why? That is the first step you should do, na?
Like, this is like allergic acid drug is all. It
Nee, energy
is
test is
in.
okay. Whether it is human friendly or not, that you have to check with boiled egg model. Have you heard of this model?
Like, no, ma'am.
No. Okay, fine. No, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you,
Thank,
JS Reddy.
yeah, thank you,
Okay.
and thank you very much,
Thank
all
you.
participants. Yeah, best of luck for your next life.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Okay.
very much. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you all. And thank you, sir,
Yeah.
for chairing the session. I declare the session closed. Please leave.